Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. When I first took the job at the grocery store, it was purely about money. I wasn't looking for anything exciting, just a steady paycheck that could cover my rent and keep the lights on. Working nights didn't bother me, not really. I had insomnia half the time anyway, and the shift premium was enough of an incentive. It was quiet, easy money or so, I thought. The first week passed quickly, settling into a familiar routine. Customers were rare after midnight, usually just the occasional late-night shopper coming in for cigarettes or snacks, eyes bleary from exhaustion or too much to drink. My co-workers warned me that the hardest part of the night shift was staying awake, dealing with boredom, and keeping busy during the long stretches of emptiness. Honestly, I didn't mind it. I enjoyed the solitude, the chance to be alone with my thoughts, without needing to force conversation or pretend to care about small talk. But halfway through my second week, something shifted. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just small things that seemed odd enough to notice, but trivial enough to brush off. I'd be stocking shelves or cleaning an aisle when I'd catch the faintest sound like soft footsteps padding quietly against the linoleum floor. I'd pause, listening carefully, convinced a customer had slipped past me unnoticed. But when I turned around, nothing was there except an empty aisle, brightly lit and perfectly still. At first, I blamed it on fatigue, or maybe a side effect of too much caffeine and too little sleep. After all, late-night hours messed with your head sometimes. It was common knowledge among overnight workers. Everyone had stories of strange noises, flickering lights, and shadows playing tricks on tired eyes. But this felt different, somehow more deliberate. One night, around 2:30, I stood at the front register counting receipts from earlier in the shift. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead, and the radio played faintly in the background, some forgettable pop song I'd heard 1,000 times. I felt comfortable, absorbed in the mindless task. Then suddenly, I heard whispers soft and indistinct, drifting from the aisle, just to my left. I stopped mid-count, straining my ears to catch the words. They were muffled, overlapping like two people having a quiet conversation, just barely audible above the music. My first instinct was annoyance. Maybe some teenagers had wandered in and were messing around, trying to shoplift candy or energy drinks. I stepped around the counter, ready to confront whoever was wasting my time. "Hello?" I called firmly, rounding the corner into aisle 4. It was empty. Boxes of cereal and granola bars lined the shelves neatly, undisturbed. I glanced toward the next aisle, then the next, methodically checking each one, convinced someone was playing a joke. But the entire store was deserted. A cold unease settled in my stomach as I returned to the register. The whispers had vanished completely, leaving only silence and the low hum of the lights above. I shook it off, irritated with myself for letting paranoia creep in. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe exhaustion was finally catching up with me. The next night, however, it happened again. This time, I was restocking cans of soup near the back corner of the store when I heard footsteps, clear and deliberate, coming from behind me. My pulse quickened, and I turned swiftly, expecting to find another employee, perhaps my supervisor, checking on me. Again, nothing. The aisle stretched out empty behind me, fluorescent bulbs casting stark shadows against polished floors. "Who's there?" I called out, more sharply than I'd intended. Silence answered me, thick and oppressive. My skin prickled with a sudden chill, and I stood frozen for several seconds, feeling watched even though I knew rationally no one else was around. When my shift finally ended at 6 in the morning, I left quickly, eager for the safety of daylight and the normalcy of traffic, noise, and people going about their lives. I drove home feeling unsettled, replaying those strange moments over and over in my head. The following night, I came in early, determined to put my mind at ease by reviewing the security cameras. Maybe I'd missed something obvious, a customer slipping out unnoticed, or even another employee playing a practical joke. I sat down in the small office behind the checkout area and clicked through the previous night's footage. The images flickered onto the screen, grainy black and white scenes of empty aisles and dimly lit shelves. I stared intently, rewinding and fast-forwarding through hours of silent stillness. At first, nothing seemed unusual, and my anxiety began to fade, replaced by mild embarrassment at my own paranoia. Then I saw it. Just after 2:30, the exact time I'd heard whispers the night before, the footage glitched briefly, static crackling across the screen. I leaned closer, pulse quickening. When the static cleared, I noticed movement, faint, shadowy figures passing slowly through the aisles. They weren't solid or fully visible, more like smudges against the background, shifting and flickering oddly, as if caught between frames. My heart hammered painfully as I watched the indistinct shapes move silently through the aisles, appearing and disappearing sporadically. I rewound repeatedly, convinced it was some kind of digital error or artifact. But each time the shadows appeared again, always in the same spot, always at precisely the same moment. I left the office feeling deeply shaken. I didn't mention what I'd seen to anyone else. How could I possibly explain it without sounding insane? My co-workers already considered me quiet, reserved, maybe even a little strange. Bringing this up would only reinforce their suspicions. For the rest of the night, I moved mechanically through my tasks, hyper-aware of every small sound and movement. Every creak of the building, every hum of the coolers sent fresh waves of anxiety washing over me. My mind raced desperately for rational explanations, faulty wiring, technical glitches, exhaustion playing tricks on my eyes. But deep down I knew something was very wrong. When morning came again, I drove home quickly, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Sleep eluded me all day, thoughts racing uncontrollably. As night approached again, dread tightened painfully in my chest. Something was happening inside that grocery store, something I couldn't yet understand. Whether ghosts, spirits, or my own fraying sanity, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever was happening during those late-night hours was only beginning, and I had no idea how I was going to make it stop. I almost didn't go back the next night. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone in hand, staring at the clock as it crawled closer to my shift. My mind raced through excuses. I was sick. My car wouldn't start. I had a family emergency. All lies, of course, and none of them would do anything except push off the inevitable. Besides, I needed the job. I needed the paycheck. Still, as I pulled into the near-empty parking lot of the grocery store, that sick, crawling sensation returned. The one that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, like something just out of view was watching, waiting. I sat in my car for a while, hands tight on the steering wheel, trying to breathe normally. Eventually, I convinced myself to get out and head in. The store was brightly lit and quiet, as always. The manager on duty, Jeff, gave me a nod and a yawn as he clocked out. He was never much for words, and I was grateful for that. I didn't feel like talking, not about anything. "Same as usual," he muttered as he passed. "Stock the shelves, mop if you get bored. You'll probably be alone after midnight." That part had become routine. There were usually 2 or 3 of us for the first couple hours, and then once the floor was mopped and trash was taken out, the others left early. I didn't mind the quiet. At least, I hadn't until this started. I tried to go through the motions like any other night. I took the cart of boxes and began stocking the cereal aisle, carefully lining up boxes and facing the labels just right. But every few minutes, I'd stop and listen, not because I heard anything, but because I kept expecting to. Nothing. For the first hour, just silence. Then the intercom clicked on. I froze instantly. No one else was near the office. It had to be intentional. The speaker crackled once, then nothing. No music, no announcement. Just one soft static pop and silence again. I stood motionless in the aisle for what felt like a full minute. My heart started to beat faster, hard enough I could feel it in my throat. I slowly reached into my pocket for the store's walkie, pressed the button, and whispered, "Anyone there?" No answer. I released the button and listened again, the walkie completely dead. I pushed the cart slowly to the end of the aisle and peeked around the corner. Still nothing. Just empty aisles lit up under flickering fluorescent lights. Trying to shake it off, I returned to stocking. Maybe someone had left the intercom line half-pressed, and it clicked by accident. It was a weak explanation, but I needed it. 10 minutes later, I was at the canned goods aisle when it happened again, this time louder. The intercom clicked once, then a faint shuffle of static, like someone breathing against a mic. Then a voice. Very soft. I couldn't make out the words at first, but it was definitely someone speaking. I pressed the walkie button again. "Is someone messing around up front?" I asked. trying to keep my voice calm. The speaker crackled again in response, but no one replied. The voice came through again, and this time I heard it clearly. "Don't turn around." I dropped the can I was holding. It clanged loudly against the tile floor, rolling unevenly toward the next aisle. I stood frozen, every part of me seized with dread. The voice had been right in my ear, not through the intercom anymore, it was behind me. I turned around slowly, breath caught in my chest. There was no one there, just empty air. I stepped back, heart hammering. I looked down each aisle, then jogged up toward the front office. No one was inside. The office door was wide open. I checked the staff room. Empty. I even peeked inside the restroom. Nothing. The store was empty. I knew it. I'd walked every aisle. No customers had come in. Nobody should be here but me. And yet that voice had been close enough to feel. Panic rising fast, I ran to the security room and pulled up the camera feeds. The system was old, clunky, and slow to load, but I clicked through each angle anyway. The first few cameras showed nothing but aisles of untouched shelves and my own figure pacing up and down. Then I reached the camera from just outside the break room. Someone was standing there. Not me, not a customer. Someone tall, unmoving, facing directly at the camera, but their features were blurry, like the lens couldn't quite focus on them. The frame glitched once, and then they were gone. One frame to the next, just gone. I rewound it. Same thing. The figure appears for a few seconds, never moves, then disappears. It was just like the footage I'd seen before, the shadows, the glitching. But this wasn't a shadow anymore. It was someone, a person. The hallway behind the break room was empty when I checked. No trace of anyone, not even the sound of retreating footsteps. I tried to convince myself it was an error, a glitch, an old camera on its last legs, but that didn't explain the voice, or why it sounded like it had been just behind me. I considered calling the cops, but what would I say? That the grocery store was haunted, that I heard whispers and saw a blurry man on an outdated camera feed. They'd probably laugh me off the line. So instead, I waited. I sat behind the customer service desk with all the lights on, every screen on the monitor open, watching every angle I could. It was quiet for a while, just long enough to make me question myself again. Then all the monitors went black, just for a second. When they came back on, the camera feeds were frozen, but one had changed. The camera facing aisle 8 now showed me sitting at the desk watching the screens. And standing behind me in the feed was the same figure. Tall, unmoving, blurry-faced. I spun around so fast I knocked the stool over. But the store was still empty. No one behind me. No movement. Nothing. When I looked back at the monitor, the feed was back to normal. Just the empty aisle. Just the desk. No figure. That was enough for one night. I turned off the monitor, locked the office door, and stayed at the front counter until the sun came up and the first morning shift worker arrived. I left without saying much, just muttered something about being tired and needing coffee. As I drove home, the sunlight streaming through the windshield didn't bring the usual comfort. The voice was still in my head. The image of the man standing behind me burned into my brain. I hadn't imagined it. Something was in that store at night, and it knew I was watching. I didn't go to work that night. I told my manager I was sick, which technically wasn't a lie. My stomach was in knots, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking all day. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure on the camera, standing behind me like it had always been there. I kept checking behind me, even at home, even in the safety of my own living room. The voice, too, had burrowed deep into my mind. I'd replay it in my head constantly. Don't turn around. I didn't know what was worse, how calm it sounded, or how close it had felt. I barely slept, and when I did, I dreamed of aisles that went on forever, flickering lights, and distant voices calling my name from just out of sight. I woke up sweating, gasping, convinced someone was standing at the foot of my bed, but there never was. By the next evening, I'd made up my mind. I needed answers. As terrified as I was, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I couldn't keep hiding. Something was happening inside that store, and I wasn't the only one who'd felt it. I remembered one of the stock guys, Eric, mentioning something weird a few nights before all this started. Something about the freezer door slamming shut on its own, even though no one was near it. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. So I texted him. Me, hey, weird question. You ever notice anything off during night shift? He replied in under a minute. Eric, you mean like the footsteps and the lights flickering? Yeah. I thought it was just me. That quick response shook me. I sat back, staring at the message. I wasn't alone. I wasn't imagining this. Me? Did you ever hear a voice? Eric, once, thought I was losing it. Said something like, "Don't look." Why? That was enough. I asked him to meet me before my shift. He agreed. Said he didn't work that night but could swing by. I got to the store early, around 9:30. The sun had just gone down, the parking lot dim and half empty. I stood near the side entrance, arms crossed, waiting for Eric. He showed up in a beat-up car, looking more serious than usual. "You've been seeing stuff too?" he asked as he got out. I nodded. Voices, glitching cameras, figures on the screen that aren't really there, or are. I don't know anymore. He gave me this look, not disbelief, but the kind of tired recognition that made it clear he'd been holding this in for a while. "I thought it was stress," he said, "or sleep deprivation. I didn't want to be the guy who brings up ghosts at work." "Well, congratulations," I said. "Now we're both those guys." We went inside. The store looked normal, of course. That was part of what made it so unnerving. Nothing ever looked wrong. It just felt wrong, like the air was heavier at night, like something was holding its breath behind the shelves. We sat in the back room, lights on, surrounded by employee lockers and a half-dead vending machine. I pulled up the camera system on the office computer and showed Eric the clip. The one where the figure appears behind me in aisle 8. He leaned in, eyes narrowed. "Dude," he muttered. "That's the same aisle where I saw the lights flicker last week. I thought it was just a bulb going bad." "Watch this part," I said, fast-forwarding to the static, and the moment the figure vanished. He sat back. "That's not a glitch. That's something else." We stayed in that room for a while, watching old footage, trying to catch anything else that might have been missed. Around 11:30, he stood up, stretched, and said he was heading out. "I don't envy you being here overnight," he said, "but if anything happens, like really happens, call me." I nodded, though I wasn't sure what good calling anyone would do. By midnight, I was alone again. The silence was oppressive, pressing in from all sides. I started in the dairy section, rearranging milk jugs, trying to keep myself grounded in something mundane. For a while, it worked. Until aisle 7. I was just passing it on my way back to the front when I saw movement. Not on a screen, not in a reflection. Someone or something walked across the end of the aisle. Just a quick flash, a blur of dark clothing, but it was enough. I turned immediately, heart in my throat, and stepped into the aisle. Nothing. I moved quickly, checking the surrounding aisles, every direction, even behind the end cap displays. Empty. But then I noticed the cold. The temperature had dropped noticeably, not just cool cold, the kind that raises goosebumps across your arms, that makes your breath visible in the air. I didn't understand it. The store's AC wasn't even running that high. I backed out slowly, returned to the front, and checked the cameras again. My hands trembled slightly as I scrolled back to the last 2 minutes. The screen showed it clear as day, someone walking past aisle 7. But the weirdest part, there was no timestamp. All the other footage had the standard time and date in the corner, always present. But this clip, it was missing it. Just a clean, silent frame of a shadow moving across the screen, then disappearing again. It didn't even let me save the footage. I clicked download, and the computer froze. I had to reboot the whole system. When it came back, the clip was gone, replaced with static. I sat back, breathing hard, staring at the blank screen. At this point, I couldn't pretend it was just in my head. The question wasn't if something was in this store at night. The question was what it wanted, why now, and how long it had been there. I glanced out into the aisles again, every shadow suddenly thicker than before. Every corner looked like it might be hiding someone or something just standing still, waiting for me to walk past. Whatever this was, it didn't want to be seen. That was the one constant. Don't turn around, don't look, don't acknowledge it. But it knew I had. And I had the sinking feeling that now that I'd looked, it wasn't going to stop. I stayed behind the counter for a long time that night, long after the sighting in aisle 7. I sat there with my eyes fixed on the monitors, hands balled into fists, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling that I wasn't alone, that I hadn't been for a while. The silence of the grocery store after midnight used to be comforting. The quiet hum of the coolers, the soft buzz of the lights it used to make the time pass slowly but peacefully. Now, the quiet felt thick, heavy. It was the kind of silence that made every small noise unbearable. The creak of a shelf, the pop of a cooler switching cycles, it all sounded amplified, intentional. I thought about walking out, just leaving the shift halfway through. I could fake a stomach bug or some family emergency, but I didn't. I stayed. Maybe part of me wanted answers. Maybe another part was too afraid to walk away and wonder what would have happened if I stayed. Around 1:15 I heard it again. Footsteps. Not quick or panicked, slow, deliberate. I muted the store radio, leaned forward, and listened. The steps were faint, but definitely there, somewhere toward the center of the store. I stood slowly, trying to keep my breathing quiet, and grabbed the flashlight from behind the counter. The store lights were all on, but somehow it still felt dark. I walked cautiously toward aisle 5, pausing at each end cap, checking both sides before stepping out. No one, but the sound continued. Not footsteps anymore, dragging. Something sliding across the floor. I stepped into aisle 6, the one with paper towels and cleaning supplies, and the dragging stopped. It was dead silent again. I aimed the flashlight toward the far end, and for a split second, I saw something at the other end. Just the edge of a person's silhouette slipping past. I took a deep breath and started walking toward it. Each step echoed, my sneakers squeaking slightly against the polished tile. As I reached the end of the aisle, I swung left, nothing, empty. But then, directly behind me, the sound of boxes falling. I turned fast, flashlight beam jittering as I spun back into aisle 6. 3 boxes of Swiffer pads were on the floor, scattered in front of the shelf. I hadn't touched that display all night. I scanned the shelves, the floor, the ceiling. Nothing. Not even a draft that could have knocked anything over. I knelt and started picking them up, just to give my hands something to do. That's when I heard it. A voice, again. But not whispered, not hidden behind an intercom. It came from directly behind me, quiet, steady, almost conversational. Do you see it yet? I turned around so fast I slipped on one of the scattered boxes. My flashlight hit the floor and rolled out of reach, casting its beam in circles. There was no one behind me, just empty space and shelves. But the voice was real. I'd heard it. No radio, no speakers. A voice in the air, behind me, like someone had been standing right there, inches away. I grabbed the flashlight and backed up, heart pounding until I reached the end of the aisle. Then I ran straight to the office and locked the door. I don't know how long I sat there. I just remember staring at the monitor wall, waiting for anything to move. The store was still, silent, like it was pretending to be normal again. Eventually, I heard the chime of the front doors. I jumped, convinced something had forced its way in. But it was just Greg, the bakery guy, showing up early to prep for the morning. "Damn, man," he said, seeing my face. "You look like hell." I laughed, but it came out more like a cough. Just a long night. He didn't ask questions. He never did. When I clocked out, the sun was just starting to rise. The world outside was bright, birds chirping, cars passing by. It was like waking up from a nightmare and finding everything back to normal. But I couldn't shake the voice. "Do you see it yet?" I didn't know what it meant, what I was supposed to see. That day, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the buzz of my phone and the occasional passing car. My apartment felt like it wasn't mine anymore. It felt borrowed, like I was only safe there for now. Eventually, I got up and grabbed my laptop. I started searching local news, forums, even Reddit, trying to find stories about strange things happening in grocery stores, anything that might give me a lead. I didn't find much. A couple of random posts about flickering lights or employees hearing noises, but none of them sounded like what was happening here. No voices, no figures on cameras. Until I found a thread buried in an old forum post from a site that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. A former overnight employee at a different store, same company, different city, talking about how they'd quit after experiencing something wrong during late shifts. They wrote, "You think you're alone in those aisles, but you're not. It's like the place changes after a certain time, like something else takes over." I started seeing people that weren't there. My manager said it was stress, but they never checked the cameras. That's where it shows up. That part hit me hard. The cameras. That's how it had all started for me. The last line in the post was simple. "If you hear it speak to you, it already knows you see it." I closed the laptop and sat still for a long time. What had I let see me? When I went back the next night, I told myself I'd just get through the shift and quit. No notice, no explanation. I'd text Jeff from the parking lot and never look back. But I couldn't help myself. At 2:00 a.m., I checked the cameras again. And in one of the frozen frames, aisle 6, I saw something new. A figure, clearer than before, tall, narrow, slightly hunched, standing at the end of the aisle, turned toward the lens. Not blurry this time, not obscured. It had no face, just a smooth surface where features should have been, as if the face had been erased. And next to the figure, written crudely across the floor in what looked like smudged ash or dirt, were 3 words. "Now you do." I turned off the monitor and walked out of the office. I didn't take anything. I didn't lock the door. I just left. Whatever was in that store, I'd seen it. And now, it had seen me too. I didn't tell anyone I quit. No explanation, no farewell. I just stopped showing up. I left my name tag in the glove compartment of my car like some kind of useless relic. I figured they'd eventually get the message. That grocery store could replace me by the end of the week. Probably already had. But I wasn't interested in how they covered the shifts. I was trying not to unravel. For the first few days after I walked out, I didn't leave my apartment. Not once. I locked the doors, covered every window, and kept the lights on at all hours. It wasn't rational, but nothing felt rational anymore. I knew what I saw. I knew what I heard. You couldn't explain that away with exhaustion or stress. That thing in the camera, the faceless figure, it was there. It had been watching me, and the worst part wasn't that it existed. It was that it knew I did too. I couldn't eat much. Sleep came in fits, if at all. When it did, it brought dreams of long aisles with no end, lights flickering above me, that same shape always at the edge of my vision, closer every time I blinked. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, convinced I'd see it in the corner of my room. And one night I did. Not clearly, not like in the store, but I swear I saw movement near my closet. Just for a second. A dark silhouette against the pale blue glow from the hallway light. I didn't even get out of bed. I just lay there, heart pounding, pretending I was asleep. I thought if I didn't look, it couldn't come closer. I thought maybe it only existed in the spaces we acknowledge. But the air was cold, the kind of cold that settles in your bones. I lay there until sunrise, too afraid to move. By morning, the shape was gone. The room was warm again. But something had changed in me. I wasn't safe, not here, not anywhere. That afternoon, I called Eric. He hadn't messaged me since we talked that night in the back room. I didn't blame him. What do you even say after something like that? He picked up on the second ring. I was wondering when you'd call. His voice sounded off, tired, raw. You still working nights? I asked. No, he replied. Not since last week. I saw something I shouldn't have. Thought maybe it was a one-time thing. Then I saw it again. Same figure, same feeling. You know what I'm talking about. I think it's following me, I admitted. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could hear him breathing. You ever hear of the old employee? He asked finally. What old employee? The one who went missing. Before you started, I thought it was just a rumor, something the night crew made up to scare new hires. But I asked around, found someone who remembered him. What happened? He worked stock, quiet guy, showed up every shift, kept to himself. Then one night, he just didn't come back from break. They searched the place, checked the cameras, everything. No one ever found him, no signs he left. He just vanished. I felt something tighten in my chest. Did the cameras show anything? That's the thing. His shift ended around 4 a.m., but the last footage of him was at 3, 7, standing in aisle 8. After that, nothing. And here's the kicker, they said, the timestamp on the feed disappeared, just like yours. Jesus, I muttered. Maybe whatever this thing is, Eric said, it doesn't just haunt the store. Maybe it latches onto people who see it, who notice it. That made my blood run cold. Have you seen it since you left? I asked. Another pause. Yes, once, in my apartment window, just standing there, then gone. We didn't talk much longer after that. There wasn't anything left to say. We were both dealing with the same thing. I wasn't sure if it helped to know I wasn't alone, or if it made things worse. That night I took every precaution. I locked the doors. I left every light on. I even moved the couch to block the hallway. And then I sat on the floor in my living room, armed with a flashlight and my phone, trying to stay awake. At 3:07 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I didn't answer it. It buzzed again, this time a message. You see it too. I dropped the phone. My hands went cold. I didn't want to look at the screen again, but eventually I did. Another message had come through. Don't turn around. I froze completely. That same line from the store, now following me into my home. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Then, from behind me, I heard it. That dragging sound again, slow, heavy, just like in the aisle that night. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was something else, something being pulled. I stayed absolutely still. I wanted to turn. Every instinct told me to, but that voice echoed in my head louder than ever. Don't turn around. The air went cold again. My skin prickled. I could feel it behind me, not just presence, but pressure, like the space in the room was being taken up by something massive and silent. The dragging stopped, and then I heard it breathing, shallow, slow, right by my ear. I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually the feeling faded, the cold lifted. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun was rising. My phone was still on the floor, the screen cracked. No new messages, no missed calls. I was alone again. The next day, I left town. Packed what I could, ditched the rest. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, just drove for hours until I found a motel far enough from everything. Somewhere anonymous, somewhere quiet. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I know I can't go back. Whatever is in that store isn't staying there. And now that I've seen it, really seen it, it's not letting go. I didn't believe in ghosts before all this, or hauntings, or any of that late-night horror movie stuff. I was just a guy working nights to pay off student loans, half asleep behind a register most of the time. I didn't ask for any of this, but it happened. And when something like that happens, something that defies everything you thought you understood, you're left with two choices: run from it or face it head on. I tried running. That much was obvious. I left town. I disappeared. I stayed in that motel 3 towns over for nearly a week, pretending the world didn't exist. And for a little while, I almost convinced myself it had worked. that whatever had followed me from the grocery store had finally let me go. But denial only lasts so long. On the 6th night, the motel lights flickered, just once, just enough to make me stop chewing the microwave sandwich in my hand. Then the TV turned on by itself, black and white static, filling the screen, no sound, just static. And that cold came back, that deep, crawling chill, like a draft slipping under the skin. I didn't need more signs. I knew it hadn't ended. I hadn't escaped. So I went back. It sounds stupid, I know, but something inside me snapped that night. I couldn't live like that, looking over my shoulder, waiting for it to show up again. If it was going to take me, fine. But I'd look it in the face this time. I drove straight to the grocery store. It was just after 2 in the morning when I parked in the far corner of the lot. Everything was as it always had been, quiet, brightly lit, the neon sign buzzing faintly above the glass doors. I let myself in using the spare key I never turned in. No one had changed the locks, probably never noticed I'd left. The store was empty. No music playing, no cart squeaking, just the hum of the lights and the sound of my own footsteps on tile. I made my way to the back office, turned on the monitors. Nothing, just live feeds of the aisles, all empty. I clicked through footage from earlier in the night. Nothing again. No figures. No glitches. For a second, I thought maybe it really was over. Maybe I'd imagined it all. I almost laughed. Then the screen went black. All of them, every feed. For 3-4 seconds there was just darkness. When they returned, I saw myself, sitting at the desk, staring at the monitor wall. And behind me there it was. The figure, taller than any person I'd ever seen, still faceless, still not moving, just standing there. My real body froze. I couldn't turn around, couldn't even breathe. Then I heard the voice. You see it now. It wasn't behind me. It was coming from the speakers above, the same intercom system that had first made me question everything. You weren't supposed to look, the voice said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I had to show you, it said again. They wouldn't see. They never do. And then I understood. This wasn't about me. It never had been. I wasn't special. I was just the first person to notice. The system glitched again, briefly flashing something else on the screen. Not an aisle, not a camera angle. It was a room. An old storeroom I'd never seen before. The walls looked moldy, the shelves covered in thick dust. At first, I thought it was a looped recording until I saw the timestamp. That night, live feed. And in the corner, barely visible under a pile of broken shelving, was a body. I called the police. Not because I expected them to believe me, but because I knew what they'd find now. There was something real behind all of this, something physical, not just a ghost story, not just fear. When they arrived, I met them at the door, told them what I'd seen. They looked at me like I was crazy, but I insisted. One of the officers stayed with me, while the others went into the back. 15 minutes later, I heard one of them call over the radio. They'd found the room, and they'd found what was left of someone inside it. It took 2 days for the coroner to confirm it was the missing employee, the one Eric told me about. His name was Daniel. He'd been dead for years. They couldn't say for sure what happened. There were no obvious injuries, just bones, scattered and hidden, like someone or something wanted them to stay that way. The police launched a full investigation. They cleared out the store, shut it down for a while, asked questions, took statements. I told them what I could, minus the parts no one would believe. I left out the faceless figure. I left out the voice. I just told them I found the footage, and I called it in. They ruled it as an unattended death, probably an accident, maybe a fall, old building, hidden room. It was the neatest conclusion they could come up with. They asked if I wanted counseling. I said yes, because I couldn't pretend this didn't mess me up. I still dream about that store, about walking those aisles with no end. I hear the voice sometimes just before I fall asleep, reminding me that I looked, that I saw, that I was chosen to see. But I also know it's over. The sighting stopped after Daniel was found. No more voices, no more glitches. Eric hasn't seen anything either. He even went back to work. Said the place felt different now, lighter, somehow. Like whatever was there had moved on. I think the store was trying to tell us something. Or maybe Daniel was. Maybe whatever force was trapped in there just needed someone to listen, someone to bring it to light. And once it was finally seen, truly seen, it could let go. I've moved on too. Got a new job. Day shifts only. I still avoid grocery stores at night if I can help it, but the fear isn't as sharp anymore. It's something quieter now. Something I carry, but not something that carries me. It happened. It was real. But it's over. And sometimes that's enough. This started about 2 weeks ago. I didn't think much of it at first, just one of those weird moments you chalk up to being tired or having too much on your mind, but it stuck with me. And now it's getting harder to explain away. I work late shifts, 4 to midnight, sometimes later, depending on how slammed we get. The drive home's about 40 minutes, and most of it is back roads, 2-lane highways, thick trees on both sides, barely any traffic. It's quiet, too quiet sometimes. There's this bridge on the way home, real old, narrow. It crosses over the Stillwater River. Locals call it Miller's Bridge, though I've never figured out why. Nothing historical about it as far as I know. No plaque, no signs, just a plain steel and concrete structure barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass at the same time. I've been driving that route for almost 3 years now, and I've never had any issues, until that night. It was a Tuesday, quiet shift. I left around 12:30, maybe closer to 1. I remember because I looked at the dashboard clock right before I turned onto the road leading to the bridge. The radio was off. just the hum of the engine and the occasional bump from uneven pavement. As I approached the bridge, I noticed something in the distance. A figure, standing dead center in the middle of the bridge. At first, I thought it was a person, someone walking home maybe. There's a bar a few miles back. Maybe they were too drunk to drive and tried to hoof it across. I slowed down, flicked on my high beams. They didn't react, just stood there, facing away from me. The weird thing was, even with the lights on them, I couldn't make out any details, no coat color, no outline of a backpack. Just this dark shape, upright, still, almost like a cutout placed in the road. I tapped my horn, quick, not aggressive. Nothing. Didn't flinch, didn't look. By now I'd come to a near stop, maybe 20 feet from them. And that's when the air shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The air just felt wrong, heavier, like when a storm's about to hit and everything goes still, but the sky was clear, no wind, no reason for it. I inched forward slowly. My tires rolled onto the metal grating of the bridge. The figure still didn't move. And then, as I passed it maybe 5 feet away, it turned its head. Not fast, just smoothly, one motion. I caught a glimpse. No face. Or maybe it had one, but it was too dark to see. Not like shadows from bad lighting, like actual darkness, like looking at something behind frosted glass. I didn't stop to investigate. I hit the gas, drove straight home with my heart beating somewhere in my throat. By the time I got to my place, I had talked myself out of it, told myself it was someone playing a prank. A mannequin maybe, some messed up art project. I was tired. Maybe I saw it wrong. That worked for a night. The next time I worked, it was Thursday. Same shift, same route. And I'll be honest, I didn't think about it much until I turned onto the stretch of road leading to the bridge. Then my chest tightened. I slowed down before I even saw anything. But there it was. Same spot. Same figure. Still facing away. I didn't stop this time. I drove past without slowing, eyes locked straight ahead, hands tight on the wheel. And again, as I passed, it turned its head. I didn't look directly at it, just caught it in the corner of my eye. But I knew. It was watching me. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape, standing in the middle of the road like it belonged there. I started changing my route after that. There's a longer way home, about 10 extra minutes, but it goes around the river completely. No bridge, no one in the road, just more turns and a little more gas. It worked for a while. 3 nights passed, no figure, no weird feelings. I started thinking maybe it had been real people after all. Just some kids messing around. Maybe even a coincidence 2 nights in a row. Wrong place, wrong time. Then came the 4th night. I took the long way home, got in around 1:30 in the morning, parked in my usual spot, lights off, house quiet. And then I saw it. At the end of my driveway, standing in the shadows between the two street lamps. Same height, same shape. Still, watching. I didn't move. Didn't get out of the car for almost 20 minutes. Just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to slow my breathing, trying to convince myself it was something else. A mailbox, a trash bin, a neighbor out for a smoke. But it wasn't. Because after a while, it stepped back. One step, then another, then disappeared behind the hedges. I jumped out of the car, slammed the door, ran inside, locked everything, checked the backyard, every window, every door. Nothing. I didn't see it again that night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had followed me, that maybe it hadn't been waiting at the bridge after all. Maybe it had been tracking me, like it had been letting me see it on purpose. I told a friend about it the next day, left out some of the weirder details, tried to keep it light, said I thought someone was messing with me, showing up on the road late at night. He laughed it off. Probably a bored teenager, he said, or a weirdo. Just carry pepper spray. But this wasn't that. This felt different. It didn't feel like a person. Not anymore. I started sleeping with the lights on. I started checking the driveway every night before bed. And every now and then, even when I don't see anything out there, I get this feeling like something's just out of view. Watching. Waiting. I started noticing other things. Not big, dramatic moments. Just little stuff. Stuff that probably wouldn't mean much to anyone else, but once it starts piling up, you stop being able to ignore it. For example, my motion light in the driveway, it started going off randomly. Never used to. I've lived in this house 4 years, and unless a raccoon or a late Amazon guy showed up, it stayed off. But now, it clicks on around the same time each night. Sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. Always. At first I thought it was a bug or maybe something small tripping the sensor. I even checked the camera I had over the garage. Nothing. Just a flash of light and empty frames. The image would fuzz for a second, almost like interference, then come back normal. One night I set an alarm for 2:15 just to watch it happen. Sure enough, right on time, the motion light blinked on. I looked out the window. Nobody there. But the weirdest part, a few seconds later, my phone buzzed. One new voicemail, no call, just the message. I didn't recognize the number. It was listed as unknown. I stood in the dark kitchen, phone in hand, heart already pounding, and hit play. There was nothing at first, just static. Then something faint, a sound like wind, and under that, something I can only describe as breathing. It wasn't loud, it wasn't clear, but it was there. Labored, uneven, close to the mic, like someone was pressing the phone to their mouth but didn't want to speak. It lasted about 12 seconds. Then silence. I deleted it. Not because I wanted to forget it, but because I didn't want to hear it again. Once was enough. After that, I started parking inside the garage again. I hadn't done that in months, but the idea of leaving my car out in the open just felt wrong, exposed. Like I was inviting something closer. I started keeping the blinds closed, locked the back gate, put a piece of wood in the sliding door track just in case. I didn't tell anyone else. Not really. A couple of coworkers joked that I looked tired, but I just blamed the night shift. Didn't want to explain that I was scared of my own driveway. But then it started happening when I wasn't even home. I had a friend over for a football game one Saturday. His name's Colin, known him since college. Solid guy, never been the superstitious type. We were sitting in the living room with the windows open, having beers and half paying attention to the screen. Just a normal evening. Then Colin got quiet. I didn't notice at first, but after a few seconds he was just staring at the side window. I followed his gaze. Nothing was there, just the fence, the bushes, the edge of the yard. "You all right?" I asked. He blinked and shook his head. Thought I saw someone out there. I paused. "Like, in the yard?" "Yeah, maybe." He leaned forward, squinting, not moving, just standing behind the bushes. "But I don't see them now." I stood up and walked to the window, opened it wider. Nothing. I wanted to tell him what I'd been seeing, but I didn't. Instead, I said, "Probably a trick of the light." But I could tell he didn't buy it. Not fully. The rest of the night, he kept glancing out the window. He left early. Said he had a headache. I walked him out to his car, stood in the driveway until he pulled away, just in case. When I turned to go back inside, I noticed something near the garage. A mark in the dirt. At first, I thought it was from a shoe, but when I knelt down with a flashlight, I realized it wasn't a footprint. It looked more like a drag mark. Like someone had scraped their heel slowly across the ground, almost deliberately. There were 4 lines, parallel, too wide to be from a dog or a raccoon. I didn't touch it. I didn't even take a photo. I just stood there until the light on my phone timed out, and the dark folded back in. I started sleeping in the living room after that. Something about being upstairs made me feel too far from the door. I needed to be closer, to hear if someone came in. I'd doze off on the couch with the television on low, volume just high enough to drown out the night. It didn't help. The dreams started around then. Always the same. I'm driving. It's late. The road is empty. I reach the bridge, and there he is, standing in the middle. But in the dream, I don't stop. I drive straight through him. And the sound it makes, that crunch, that wet thud, it sticks in my chest like a splinter every time. The worst part? He turns and looks at me after I pass. Even in the dream. He always looks. Last night was the worst so far. I'd been dozing on the couch again, some infomercial buzzing quietly on the television. I remember checking the time, 2:08. Then the motion light snapped on. I sat up, didn't move right away. Then, slowly, I got up, walked to the window, pulled the curtain back, and there he was, standing in the yard, not at the end of the driveway, not on the bridge, in the yard, just standing there, maybe 10 feet from the back door, closer than ever. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel him watching me. I stood there, frozen, heart racing, every nerve in my body screaming to do something, call someone, take a picture, yell. But I didn't. I just stood there. Then he took one step forward. That was it. One slow step. I backed away from the window, locked the door, and sat on the floor behind the couch for the rest of the night. Didn't sleep. Didn't move. Just waited. By morning, he was gone. No marks in the yard. No blurry image on the camera. Just sunlight coming in through the blinds like none of it ever happened. But I know he was there. I felt it in my bones. And now I don't think he's just following me. I think he's trying to get in. I spent most of the day pretending it hadn't happened. I went through the motions, made breakfast, answered work emails, took the trash out like nothing was wrong, but every time I passed a window, I felt it again. That tight, crawling sensation at the base of my neck, like something was just outside of view, waiting, watching. It was the same feeling I had on the bridge, and I was starting to think maybe it had never left me. Around midday, I got a call from my mom. I almost didn't answer, but I needed something normal to hold on to. She wanted to catch up, asked if I'd thought about visiting soon. I told her work had been crazy, but yeah, I'd think about it. I must have sounded off, though, because she asked me twice if I was okay. I said I was fine. She didn't push, she never does. When I hung up, I sat in the kitchen for a while, staring at the door to the backyard. The lock was still in place. I'd even jammed a chair under the knob, like that would actually help if someone or something wanted to come in. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? There's a shadow man in my yard every night, and he might not be human. They'd laugh me off the line. Instead, I went back to the bridge. Not at night, broad daylight, middle of the afternoon. I needed to see it in the sun, to take some of the fear away, or maybe to prove to myself that it was just a road, just a crossing over water, and not the thing that had turned my life upside down. The drive was uneventful. The road was just as I remembered, quiet, lined with trees, a little too empty. I passed 2 cars the entire way. When I got to the bridge, I pulled off to the side and parked just before the grating, got out, stood at the edge. Nothing unusual. Just a narrow old bridge with rust on the rails and weeds growing through the cracks at the shoulder. The water below was muddy and slow, barely moving. I walked across it. Halfway through, I stopped and looked around. No strange figures, no cold wind, no voice in my ear. Just birds chirping and the creak of the metal under my feet. Still, my skin crawled the entire time. I made it across, turned around, and walked back to the car. As I reached for the door handle, something caught my eye. A small sticker, maybe 2 inches wide, had been stuck to the rear windshield. I leaned in to look. It was that same symbol, the broken eye. No words, just that, as if someone wanted me to know that they knew I'd come. I didn't touch it. I didn't even get in the car right away. I just stood there, staring at the glass, heart pounding, palms sweating. Someone had been here, and not long ago. I checked my phone. No new messages, no unknown calls, but I felt watched, like I wasn't alone on that road. When I finally drove home, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I expected to see him there, sitting in the back seat, or maybe walking along the side of the road. But I didn't. Not that day. That night, I tried to sleep in my bed again, closed the blinds, locked every window, double-checked the garage. I even shoved a heavy chair in front of the bedroom door like I was trying to barricade myself in. It didn't help. Sometime around 2:20, I woke up suddenly. Not from a noise, from a feeling. That same stillness, that heavy silence that settles over everything like a blanket. I got up slowly, grabbed the flashlight I'd started keeping on my nightstand, and crept to the window. I peeked out, expecting the yard to be empty. But it wasn't. He was there. Closer than before. Right at the edge of the porch this time, a few feet from the door. Standing still, that same dark shape, blurred around the edges like heat rising off asphalt. Only now I could see something else. He was holding something. I squinted. It was a bag. Black, worn, like a duffel or a tool bag, heavy enough to sag in the middle. My stomach turned. He didn't move, didn't lift it, just held it at his side like it belonged to him, like it was part of him. I backed away from the window. Didn't check again. Didn't want to know what was inside. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, staring at the door, flashlight in one hand, a dull kitchen knife in the other. I don't know what I thought I'd do if he came in. Probably nothing, probably freeze like I always do. But he didn't come in. He just stood there. Until morning. By the time the sun came up and I finally opened the door, he was gone. But the grass was flattened in a perfect circle where he'd been standing. Like the earth had given way under his weight. That's when I started keeping a journal, writing it all down. Every night, every time I saw him, what time he came, how close he got, what he was doing. I didn't want to forget. I didn't want to let my brain convince me I was imagining it. I even thought about posting online, one of those paranormal forums, seeing if anyone else had seen something similar. But the thought of opening myself up to strangers made my skin crawl. What if he saw it? What if that's what he wanted? So I kept it to myself. Just me in the journal. And the figure who kept getting closer. Each night, a few steps nearer. Never rushing. Just closing the distance. Quiet, patient. And last night, he reached the steps. Not the yard, not the porch. The steps. 3 feet from the door. And when I looked out the peephole, I saw something I hadn't before. There were others behind him. 2 more figures. Smaller. Farther back, near the edge of the yard. Not moving. Just standing there. Like they'd been waiting their turn. I didn't sleep after that. After seeing the other 2 figures standing just behind him. They weren't close enough to make out clearly, not with the yard lights off and the porch lamp barely holding on, but they were there, smaller shapes. One looked short, maybe a child, or someone hunched over. The other stood just a little behind and to the side, like they were waiting for something, maybe a signal. I watched them for what felt like hours. They never moved, not a single twitch. I wanted to look away, to walk away from the door and pretend it wasn't happening, but I couldn't. My legs felt locked. My eyes stayed glued to the peephole like I was afraid they'd disappear the second I blinked. And then I'd start doubting myself again. At some point, 3:30 maybe, they were just gone. I never saw them leave. They didn't walk away. They didn't fade out. One moment they were there, and the next, the yard was empty. But I didn't feel relieved. If anything, it was worse. Like I'd missed something important. Like I'd failed some kind of test. I sat down with the journal again, wrote it all out in the same shaky handwriting I'd started getting used to seeing from myself. The more I wrote, the less it helped. It was supposed to ground me, make it real, logical. But now the pages just looked like the ramblings of someone falling apart. Later that morning, I finally did what I'd been putting off. I called someone. Not the cops, not another friend. I called my old therapist. We hadn't spoken in over a year, not since I stopped going to sessions, but his number was still in my contacts. I didn't even expect him to answer, but he did. His voice was calm, like always. I didn't tell him everything, just said I'd been having trouble sleeping, that I felt like I was being watched, that something outside my house was keeping me up at night, and I didn't know if it was real. He asked the usual questions. Have you been drinking? Number. Any history of sleep paralysis? Number. Have you seen anything like this before? That one got me. I didn't know how to answer, because the truth was, I had, 2 weeks ago, on that bridge. I told him I thought it started with something I saw on my drive home. A person standing on the road at night. No face, just standing there. And now, I couldn't stop seeing him. He didn't laugh, didn't sound surprised. He just asked, "Do you think you were meant to see him?" That question stuck with me. Not did you see him or was he real, just were you meant to? I didn't know what to say. We talked a little longer. He gave me a few breathing exercises. Told me I should come in if things got worse, that maybe this was stress, that sometimes the mind manifests fear in ways we don't fully understand. I said I'd think about it. Then I hung up and stared out the window again, waiting for the motion light to flicker. It didn't, not that night. Instead, something worse happened. Around 2:30 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. I passed the hallway window without thinking, pulled the curtain back out of habit just to check. And there he was. Not in the yard this time, but standing across the street. Not directly in front of the house, off to the side, near the tree line. Closer to the neighbors, watching. I stayed perfectly still, holding the curtain with one hand, heart hammering. He hadn't moved, no bag this time, just standing. But now I was starting to notice details I hadn't before. He wasn't blurry anymore. I mean, not completely clear, but sharper, like my brain was finally allowing itself to look. He was tall, thin. His clothes weren't anything I could describe in detail. Dark pants, dark shirt, no logos, no color. Just a silhouette in real fabric. But the thing that stopped me cold was his head. Not his face. His head. It was tilted, slightly, just enough to look wrong. Like he didn't quite understand how people were supposed to hold themselves. Like someone pretending to be human, but not doing a very good job. And behind him, the two others. Standing a few feet apart now, still not moving. I let the curtain fall. I backed away from the window, and I sat down in the hallway, breathing through my nose, counting backward from 100 like the therapist used to tell me when I had anxiety attacks years ago. It didn't help. Around 4 in the morning, I got back up and checked the window again. Nothing there. No footprints. No sign anyone had ever been there. But the neighbor's trash bins were tipped over. Just his, not mine, not anyone else's. And I swear I saw something on his driveway. A chalk mark, maybe. Looked like that broken eye symbol again. By sunrise, I was looking up hotels. I packed a bag, just enough for a few nights. Toothbrush, clothes, charger, notebook. I left the house before noon and checked into a place near the highway. Big chain hotel, bright lobby, people coming and going at all hours. It felt safer somehow, being around strangers who didn't know what I was running from. I slept that night. For the first time in a while, not well, but without waking up every 10 minutes, which felt like a win. I stayed at the hotel for 2 nights. Nothing strange happened. No phone calls, no messages, no sightings. I almost convinced myself it was over. That maybe I had imagined it all somehow. That stress had played tricks on me. That maybe something about the bridge or the late nights or being alone too much had messed with my head. I went home on the 3rd day. House was quiet, everything where I left it. No symbols, no footprints, nothing. I slept in my own bed that night, and when I woke up, there was mud on the bedroom floor. Just one footprint, right next to the window. The footprint was barefoot. I stood over it, still half asleep, not moving. It was shaped perfectly, toes and all, compressed into a faint smear of mud just a foot from the window. My bedroom carpet is light gray. I knew the mark wouldn't clean easily, but I didn't care about that. All I could think was, how did it get there? The window was locked, still shut. The blinds had been closed when I went to sleep. I checked them twice before getting into bed. But someone had been in the room with me. That thought did something to my chest I can't explain. It wasn't panic. It wasn't even fear. It was worse. It was that sick drop in your gut when you realize something already happened and you missed it. I checked the entire house, every lock, every window. I pulled the shower curtain back like I was in a bad movie. Nothing. No more footprints. No signs of forced entry. Just the one mark. One dirty footprint in a place no one should have been. I took a picture, then cleaned it with shaking hands. I changed my clothes, grabbed my bag again, and left without finishing breakfast. Went straight back to the hotel, same room, told the front desk I needed a few more nights. That was 5 days ago. I haven't gone home since. I know it sounds paranoid. I know most people would say I should call someone. But what do I even report? A shadow in the yard, a figure on a bridge, a footprint I could have made myself. I've started to question my own memory. Like, did I forget locking a door? Did I maybe bring something in on my shoes and just imagine the rest? Maybe stress really is enough to unravel your sense of reality. But then other things started happening. At the hotel, the first thing I noticed was the scratching. I was lying in bed around 1 in the morning, watching television with the volume low. I started hearing this faint noise, not loud, not even close, just soft, like nails brushing against drywall, coming from the wall behind the headboard. At first I thought it was the room next door, maybe someone moving furniture or tapping something, but it kept going. Same rhythm, same spot, not random, just steady, like someone trying not to be heard. I turned off the television, held my breath. It stopped. Then 2 minutes later, it started again. I left the room. Slept in the car that night. The next day I asked to switch rooms. Didn't say why. Just told them I wanted something on the other end of the building. They didn't ask questions. Gave me a new key card and moved my stuff while I waited in the lobby. New room felt better, brighter, less pressure in the air. The kind of place you could forget things in, even if only for a few hours. That night, nothing happened. No noises, no movement. I slept. The night after that, I got a knock at the door. Not loud, just 2 short knocks. I checked the time, 2:20 in the morning. I didn't answer, just froze, sitting on the edge of the bed with the remote in my hand. Knock, knock. Again, softer this time. I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. Nothing. No one in the hallway. But there was something on the floor. A piece of paper. I opened the door slowly, heart thudding in my throat. The hallway was silent. I grabbed the paper and shut the door fast. It was a torn page from my journal, the same one I had left back at my house. Same handwriting, same ink. Only now, words had been crossed out, rewritten. Where I had written, he was standing in the yard again. It now read, "He is closer now. He is inside." The line looked fresh, still drying. I packed my things within minutes. Didn't check out, didn't care. Just got in the car and drove. I didn't go home, didn't go to work. I just drove in circles for hours, ending up in the parking lot of a diner I used to go to when I was a kid. It's about an hour from my hometown. They open early and the coffee's cheap, and no one there knows my name. I sat in a booth in the back, phone turned off, watching the sunrise through the window like it was some rare gift. I don't know where to go from here. He's not just outside anymore. I don't think he ever was. I think maybe that first night on the bridge wasn't the beginning. Maybe I'd seen him before and just didn't realize it. What if I've always seen him? What if he's not following me, but waiting for something? I keep remembering the therapist's question, "Do you think you were meant to see him?" Maybe I was. Maybe that's how this starts. You see him once, you get curious, you start noticing the silence, the small details, the things other people ignore. And once you do, he doesn't have to chase you. You come to him. Maybe that's what the bridge was. A gate, a doorway, a test. You cross it, you look back, and then he finds you. And if you try to run, he waits. He waits at the edge of every place you feel safe, and each time you leave, he moves a little closer. I haven't been home since, but I know I'll have to go back eventually, for clothes, for mail, to face whatever I left behind in that house. The last time I checked the security app on my phone, the motion camera picked up movement at the front porch. The timestamp said 2:17. The image was corrupted, half static, half black, but I could make out the shape of someone standing in front of the door. Not just one figure this time. 3. All of them facing the camera, all of them watching. I went back to the house 2 days ago. I'd been putting it off, convincing myself I could live out of my car or bounce between cheap motels forever. But eventually, you get tired of looking over your shoulder every time someone walks past your door. You get tired of pretending that a suitcase is a life. The drive was quiet, same route, same roads. I kept the music low, no talk radio, just enough background noise to keep me from spiraling. Pulling into the driveway, I felt that tight grip in my chest again, like the walls of the house were watching. I sat in the car for a while, hands still on the steering wheel, staring at the front door. It was just a house. I said that out loud. It's just a house. Then I got out. Inside, nothing had changed. No signs of break-ins, no broken windows, no overturned furniture. Everything exactly where I left it. A thin layer of dust on the coffee table, some stale air in the living room. That was it. The paranoia didn't go away, but it didn't get worse either. I walked the house like I was a guest, checking each room, each closet, the crawl space under the stairs. Nothing. Then I found the journal. It was right where I remembered leaving it, middle drawer of my desk. I opened it, flipped through the pages I hadn't looked at since I left. Still full of the same scratchy handwriting, half-written thoughts, the times and dates I saw the figure on the bridge. Some pages were barely legible, my hand shaking so bad I could barely form letters. Reading through it now, with fresh eyes, it didn't sound like a ghost story. It sounded like something else. Like someone watching me. Not a shadow, not a he, a person. That's when it really hit me. This whole time I had been so busy trying to rationalize the fear, blaming my imagination, then blaming something supernatural when the fear didn't go away. I never seriously stopped to consider the most obvious explanation. Someone was watching me, and they knew what they were doing. Not in the horror movie sense. No breaking in, no violence, just presence. The kind of presence that eats away at you slowly, that makes you question your own eyes, your memory, your sanity. It was a game. I think whoever it was, maybe more than one person, wanted me to feel hunted. Maybe it started on that bridge, maybe it started before. Maybe I saw someone doing something I wasn't supposed to, or maybe it was random. But it was real. I started thinking back, really thinking about the nights on the bridge, the figure, the phone calls, the movement near the house. Every time it was subtle, human, possible, and just smart enough to never give me anything solid. I was being watched, not haunted, followed. I didn't go to the police right away. I knew how it would sound. A guy sees someone on a bridge, thinks they're being followed, finds muddy footprints and jumps to conclusions. No evidence, no suspect, no threat. I did something else. I installed better security, real security. Professional-grade cameras, hardwired, no Wi-Fi to jam. One in the backyard, one facing the front porch, one at the side fence. I got a doorbell cam with cloud storage, a lock with remote access, and a motion floodlight that connects directly to my phone. Then I waited. Not for him, but for anything. For weeks, nothing happened. Then one night, about 3 in the morning, the side yard camera picked up movement. The clip was short, less than 10 seconds. A man, average height, wearing a hooded jacket, walked along the side of my house, didn't stop, didn't look at the camera, just passed through the frame like he knew it was there and didn't care. He had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what. Could have been a flashlight, could have been something else. I sent the footage to the police. They took it more seriously than I expected. Said there'd been a few similar reports in the area. Nothing violent, just strange activity. People getting spooked. Items missing from yards. Someone leaving notes. No one had caught him yet. They filed a report, took my statement, promised extra patrols. I haven't seen the man since. No knocks, no figures, no more movement on the camera. Just silence. And I'm starting to believe that's all he ever wanted, to make someone feel vulnerable. Maybe I was just the unlucky one who noticed first, who looked too long, who fed the fear instead of brushing it off. People like that don't always need a reason. They don't want your money. They don't want to hurt you. They just want to feel control. And if they know how to stay quiet, stay patient, stay just far enough out of reach, you'll do the rest. I still think about the bridge sometimes. Not because I believe there was anything supernatural there, but because I know it was the moment everything changed. The first time I saw someone who didn't want to be seen. The first time I hesitated. I've stopped driving that way. Not because I'm scared, but because I don't need to test myself anymore. It's just a road. It's just a bridge. And some people, some real human people, find power in making you doubt your own instincts. Next time, I won't. I'll turn the lights on. I'll trust the bad feeling. And I'll remember that fear doesn't always mean you're imagining things. Sometimes fear is the most honest thing you have. I always hated working the night shift. Everyone told me I'd get used to it, that eventually the silence and solitude would become comforting, maybe even peaceful. But for me, it never got easier. The emptiness of the store felt heavy and lonely, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead only making it feel colder, more sterile. Still, I needed the job, and the pay was decent enough that I could stomach it, at least most of the time. The convenience store sat at the edge of our quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing exciting ever happened here, just the occasional teenager coming in late for snacks or someone needing milk at an odd hour. Usually I could spend the night shift mindlessly stocking shelves, cleaning counters, or simply sitting behind the register scrolling through my phone. I'd learned to tolerate the boredom. Tonight felt no different at first. It was just past 11, and the store was completely empty. Outside, the streetlights illuminated a vacant parking lot. I was leaning against the counter, half-heartedly reading a magazine when the store's phone rang, startling me from my daze. The shrill, old-fashioned ringtone echoed through the empty aisles. Frowning slightly, I picked it up and answered with my usual bored greeting. "Quick Mart, open 24 hours. How can I help?" Silence met my words. At first, I thought it was a bad connection, but then I heard it, a soft, uneven breathing, like someone holding the receiver close, listening intently, but refusing to speak. "Hello?" I repeated, louder this time, irritation creeping into my voice. Still no answer, just that faint, disturbing breathing. I waited another few seconds, my heart starting to beat faster for no reason I could pinpoint. "Look, if you're not going to say anything, I'm hanging up," I finally said, trying to sound tougher than I felt. The line stayed silent, except for the unsettling breathing. With a frustrated sigh, I slammed the receiver down, dismissing it as a dumb prank call. For a moment, I stood there, the quiet of the store settling heavily around me again. I shook off the unease that had crept into my chest and tried to return to my magazine. But the phone rang again exactly 15 minutes later, sending a sharp jolt of anxiety through me. My hand hovered hesitantly above the receiver before I forced myself to answer it again. "Quick, Mart," I said sharply. Again there was silence, just breathing, heavier this time. Then, faintly, I heard something else, a scratching sound, soft but distinct, like nails scraping gently against wood or metal. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice wavering slightly. "Stop calling here. It's not funny." No reply, just the breathing and scratching. My skin crawled, and I slammed the phone down, harder this time, fighting the urge to glance nervously around the empty store. I tried convincing myself it was probably some bored kids messing around, nothing more serious. But as the minutes dragged by, my discomfort only grew. When the phone rang again, precisely 15 minutes later, dread twisted sharply in my stomach. I didn't answer it this time, hoping whoever was calling would grow bored and stop. They didn't. Every 15 minutes, the phone continued ringing persistently. My nerves were frayed, each ring amplifying my unease until I felt like I might scream. After almost an hour of trying to ignore it, something in me finally snapped. The next time it rang, I answered immediately, anger and fear mixing dangerously inside me. "What do you want?" I demanded harshly, my hands shaking slightly. Silence again, then the faint scratching resumed, louder now, closer somehow. I stood rigid, holding my breath as the scratching gave way to soft whispering. It was almost inaudible at first, but slowly it became clearer, chilling me to my core. "I'm watching you." The words were quiet, almost a hiss, but unmistakably clear. My blood went ice cold and I nearly dropped the phone in shock. "Leave me alone," I shouted into the receiver, my voice trembling. The line went dead immediately, leaving only a deafening silence behind. I slammed the phone down, panic surging through me. Glancing around frantically, my eyes darted toward the large windows at the front of the store. Outside, the parking lot was empty, bathed in the sickly orange glow of the streetlights. Yet the sensation of being watched was overwhelming, oppressive. I moved hesitantly toward the door, trying to steady my breathing. Unlocking it, I stepped cautiously outside, scanning every shadow, every corner of the parking lot. Nothing moved. No cars were parked nearby, and the night air felt deceptively calm. I began to think maybe I'd imagined it all, that stress and isolation were finally getting to me. But when I turned back toward the store, my heart stopped completely. Standing just beyond the glow of the lights, half hidden by shadow, was a figure, a person standing perfectly still, facing the store, facing me. I froze, unable to breathe, my pulse racing wildly. "Hello," I called out, barely louder than a whisper. "Who are you?" The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there silently watching. Fear took hold completely, and I stumbled backward into the store, locking the door quickly behind me. Hands shaking violently, I rushed to the phone and dialed 911, my voice cracking as I spoke to the dispatcher. "Someone's outside the store," I gasped, struggling to stay calm. "They're just standing there watching me. Please hurry." The dispatcher assured me officers would be there shortly, urging me to stay inside and lock all doors. I did as instructed, pressing myself against the counter and staring nervously toward the windows. My heart was pounding painfully, each second dragging endlessly until I finally saw flashing red and blue lights approach, bathing the parking lot in a reassuring glow. Two officers stepped quickly from their patrol car, approaching the store with flashlights drawn. As they searched the perimeter carefully, my anxiety slowly began to ease. After several minutes, they came inside, asking questions and taking my statement. One officer, a woman with a kind face, gently tried to reassure me. "We didn't see anyone out there," she said softly, "but we'll keep patrolling the area tonight. Call us immediately if anything else happens." I thanked them weakly, feeling embarrassed yet still terrified. After they left, I replayed the security camera footage, desperate for reassurance. But as I watched, my blood ran cold again. On the grainy screen, standing motionless just outside the window, was the shadowy figure unmistakably real, unmistakably there staring straight at me through the glass. And worst of all, I knew without question that whoever had called me, whoever was watching me, was still out there somewhere, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. My hands trembled as I stared at the grainy security footage, rewinding it again and again, hoping desperately I'd imagined what I'd seen. But each time, the figure was unmistakably there, standing motionless outside the window, watching me. The image was blurry, barely recognizable, just a shadowy silhouette. Yet something about it radiated pure menace, sending chills straight down my spine. I tried to convince myself the police had missed something simple, that maybe the person had run off when they saw the patrol car approaching. But deep down, I knew the truth. This wasn't some bored teenager pulling a prank. Whoever it was had been methodical, patient, dangerous. The store around me felt smaller now, like the walls had begun closing in, trapping me inside with my fear. Every noise seemed magnified, a ticking clock, the hum of the refrigerator, even my own shallow breathing. My heart raced continuously, adrenaline flooding my veins, heightening every sense until I felt like I might shatter. After a while, I forced myself to step away from the monitor and try to calm down. Panic wouldn't help me now. The police had said they'd patrol the area, and the doors were locked. I wasn't in immediate danger, at least that's what I kept repeating silently to myself. But then the phone rang again. This time I didn't hesitate. My pulse hammered painfully in my ears as I picked up the receiver, gripping it so tightly my knuckles turned white. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice shaking badly. "Leave me alone." Silence again. Just that same disturbing breathing, deep and deliberate. Then slowly, I heard a faint scratching, louder and clearer now, metal on metal, like a key scraping gently along the door outside. "I'm here," whispered the voice suddenly, closer now, chillingly calm. "Can you see me?" A wave of nausea swept over me. Dropping the phone, I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. My eyes shot immediately to the front windows, searching frantically. But the parking lot appeared empty. No one was there, just endless darkness stretching into the distance. I turned quickly toward the front door, double-checking the locks, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. They were secure, yet the scratching had been unmistakable, so close, right outside. Panic surged through me again, overwhelming everything else. I dialed 911 once more, desperate and shaking. "It's me again, the quick Mart," I gasped into the phone, struggling to speak clearly. "He's still here. He just called again. He's outside. Please hurry." The dispatcher tried to calm me down, promising to send the officers back immediately. But this time, I couldn't wait. I had to do something, anything, to prove I wasn't losing my mind. Grabbing a heavy flashlight from beneath the counter, I approached the front door cautiously. Every step felt impossibly slow, my legs like lead. My breath caught painfully as I unlocked the door and stepped hesitantly outside, flashlight beams slicing sharply through the darkness. The parking lot was quiet, empty, just as it had been earlier. I scanned every shadow, every corner, certain I'd see someone lurking nearby, but nothing moved. Stillness hung thickly around me, almost oppressive in its intensity. "Hello?" I called out nervously, my voice barely louder than a whisper. "Show yourself." No response. I walked slowly along the perimeter, checking behind parked cars, searching the darkness for any sign of the intruder. My pulse raced faster with every second, adrenaline pumping furiously through my veins. Fear clawed at me relentlessly, begging me to retreat inside, but I couldn't, not yet. Then, from somewhere near the dumpster at the edge of the lot, a sudden sharp noise broke the silence, a rustling sound, hurried and frantic. I spun quickly, flashlight beam cutting through shadows, illuminating nothing at first. My heart hammered painfully against my ribs, breath ragged. "Who's there?" I shouted sharply, trying desperately to mask my terror. "Come out now. The police are coming back." Silence again, then footsteps quick, light, rapidly retreating into the darkness beyond the dumpster. Instinct took over, and I rushed forward without thinking, heart pounding wildly. "Stop!" I yelled, chasing after the sound, flashlight bobbing wildly in front of me. But when I reached the dumpster, I found nothing, just empty darkness stretching endlessly into a small wooded area behind the store. Breathing heavily, I stared helplessly into the shadows, frustration and fear colliding violently inside me. I'd lost him again, whoever he was. And now I stood alone, exposed and vulnerable, with nothing left but dread gnawing at my nerves. Just as I turned to hurry back inside, headlights swept suddenly into the parking lot. Relief flooded me instantly. The police had returned, their presence comforting after the nightmare I'd endured. I rushed toward their car as two officers emerged quickly, concern evident on their faces. "I heard someone behind the store," I said breathlessly, pointing toward the trees. I tried following him, but he got away. One officer moved immediately toward the area, shining his flashlight carefully through the trees, while the other stayed beside me, gently guiding me back inside. "It's okay, we'll handle it," he assured me calmly, clearly sensing my distress. "You did the right thing calling us back. Just stay inside where you're safe." I nodded weakly, collapsing into a chair behind the counter as he spoke quietly into his radio. After several tense minutes, the other officer returned, shaking his head grimly. "No sign of anyone out there," he said reluctantly. "Whoever it was, they're gone now." My stomach sank deeply, disappointment and fear mingling sharply inside me. He was right there. I whispered, voice trembling. "I heard him running. He must have been hiding somewhere close." The officers exchanged concerned glances before turning back toward me. "We'll stay nearby for a while, just in case," one of them finally offered, clearly sympathetic. "Try to relax and call again if anything else happens." They left quietly, their patrol car parked nearby, lights dimmed but still visible. Their presence should have reassured me, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. Whoever had been tormenting me was still out there, watching and waiting patiently for another chance to strike. I spent the remaining hours of my shift jumping at every sound, constantly glancing nervously toward windows and doors. By the time dawn finally broke, exhaustion had consumed me completely, leaving me drained and shaken beyond belief. As I prepared to leave, the morning cashier arrived, immediately noticing my pale, anxious expression. She asked gently if everything was okay, but I just shook my head silently, unable to find words to explain the terror I'd experienced overnight. When I finally walked outside into the morning sunlight, relief surged through me briefly until I noticed it. Scratched neatly into the paint on my car door, deep enough to leave a clear mark, were 3 chilling words. "I see you." My chest tightened painfully as I stared at the carved words on my car. The morning sunlight did nothing to ease the chill spreading rapidly through me. This wasn't a random prank. This was deliberate, calculated, personal. "I see you." Those 3 simple words carried a threat that made my blood run cold. "What happened here?" the morning cashier asked nervously, stepping up beside me. She followed my gaze, her face paling visibly when she saw the words etched deeply into the paint. "I don't know," I whispered, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Someone's been messing with me all night. I thought I was losing it at first, but clearly not." "You need to report this to the police," she insisted, her eyes wide with alarm. "This isn't right. It's not safe." "I already called them last night twice," I replied weakly, suddenly exhausted. "They checked around the place, didn't find anyone, but obviously someone was here." She placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Go straight home. I'll take over from here. And don't come back tonight either. You need rest." I wanted to argue, to prove I was tougher than this, but I simply didn't have the energy. With a grateful nod, I unlocked my damaged car and climbed inside. The drive home felt surreal. My eyes kept darting anxiously to my mirrors, expecting to see a shadowy figure trailing behind me. But the roads were quiet, ordinary, almost peaceful, completely at odds with the terror of the previous night. My apartment was on the ground floor of a modest complex, usually comforting in its simplicity. Today, it felt exposed, vulnerable. I hurried inside, locking the door securely behind me, then double-checking every window and entry point. I even closed the curtains, blocking out the morning sun, as though that might hide me from whoever was watching. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, the whispers came rushing back, the scratching sounds, the heavy breathing, the shadowy figure in the footage. My heart wouldn't stop racing. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, dragging me into a restless, shallow sleep filled with shadows and creeping anxiety. The shrill sound of my phone ringing jolted me awake hours later. I grabbed it, my pulse skyrocketing instantly, expecting the worst. Relief flooded through me when I saw the caller ID. It was the detective assigned to my case. "Hello?" My voice cracked with nerves. "Hi, this is Detective Harris. I got your file from last night," she said in a calm, professional tone. "I'd like you to come in so we can discuss this further. Do you think you can meet me at the station?" "Of course," I replied quickly, feeling a strange sense of reassurance. Finally, someone was taking this seriously. "I can be there in 15 minutes. As I drove to the station, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, paranoia clinging stubbornly to me. The streets felt crowded yet distant, as if I'd become trapped in a bubble, separate from everyone else's normal lives. At the police station, Detective Harris greeted me warmly. She was older, maybe late 40s, with an air of quiet confidence. She guided me to a small interview room, offering me coffee before we settled into our chairs. "Start from the beginning," she encouraged gently, pulling out a notepad. I took a deep breath, recounting every detail of the unsettling night shift. The repeated phone calls, the scratching sounds, the whispers, the figure lurking outside. I laid it all out, no matter how bizarre it sounded. Harris listened intently, occasionally jotting notes, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she set down her pen and regarded me carefully. "Did you recognize the voice at all? Could it be someone you know, an ex-partner maybe, or a customer who gave you trouble in the past?" I shook my head firmly. "No. It was just breathing at first, then whispering. I didn't recognize it, but it felt like they knew me, like this was personal somehow." Detective Harris nodded thoughtfully. "We checked the surveillance footage after your calls. There's definitely someone standing outside watching the store. But he's Carol keeps, his face hidden, stays in shadows. Do you have anyone who might hold a grudge against you, even indirectly?" I hesitated, searching my memory desperately. "No, my life is pretty quiet, boring even. I haven't fought with anyone, haven't upset any customers. I really don't know who would do something like this." She sighed softly. Well, we're going to increase patrols near your workplace and your apartment. Whoever this is, they'll probably try to contact you again. It's important you call us immediately if that happens. Can you do that? Yes, absolutely, I agreed quickly, feeling genuine gratitude. Finally, I wasn't completely alone in this nightmare. After leaving the station, I went home again, feeling marginally safer, knowing the police were taking action, but my relief was short-lived. That evening, just as I settled onto my couch, my phone buzzed again, this time a text from an unknown number. "You can't hide." The message sent ice racing down my spine. I immediately dialed Detective Harris, my voice shaking. "He just texted me," I blurted, panic rising again. "Send me the number immediately," Harris instructed calmly. "Don't reply, and stay where you are. I'll have someone drive by your apartment." I complied, forwarding the number quickly. For the next hour, I paced restlessly, peering anxiously through the blinds every few minutes. A patrol car appeared briefly, driving slowly past my building. But there was no sign of anyone lurking, no shadowy figure hiding nearby. Night fell heavily, wrapping my apartment in darkness again. Sleep seemed impossible, so I stayed awake, constantly checking my phone, jumping at every small noise. At around 2 a.m, just as exhaustion threatened to claim me again, my phone vibrated once more. My heart nearly stopped when I saw another message. "Look outside." My legs felt like jelly, my whole body trembling as I approached the window. Slowly, carefully, I peeked through the blinds. There, beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, stood the figure from the surveillance video. Hood up, face obscured, completely motionless, watching me. I staggered backward, grabbing my phone to call Harris again. My voice shook uncontrollably as I explained what was happening, tears of frustration and fear stinging my eyes. "Stay calm," she said urgently. "Units are on their way right now. Keep your doors locked. Don't leave your apartment." I huddled in the corner of the room, heart racing painfully. Moments later, blue and red lights bathed my walls as multiple patrol cars swarmed outside. Voices shouted orders, flashlights sweeping the darkness. But when Detective Harris finally knocked on my door, her face told me everything before she even spoke. "He's gone," she said grimly. "We couldn't find him." My knees buckled slightly, despair overtaking me. "What am I supposed to do now?" I whispered hopelessly. Harris placed a comforting hand on my shoulder, her voice firm but gentle. "We won't stop until we catch him. You're not alone in this anymore. I promise you that." But even her reassurance couldn't erase the truth. Whoever was stalking me was still out there, still watching, still waiting, and I was completely at their mercy. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. After the police had come and gone that night, I tried to go about my routine, but nothing felt safe anymore. Detective Harris had told me officers would patrol regularly, and for a while, their constant presence was reassuring. But each time I glanced through my blinds, expecting to see flashing lights or uniformed figures walking by. The street sat empty, quiet, and indifferent. Eventually, I took some time off work. My manager understood after I'd explained the situation, though I could tell from his hesitant tone he found my story bizarre, maybe even doubtful. Part of me didn't blame him. It felt like something straight out of a bad movie, not a boring suburb with neatly trimmed lawns and friendly neighbors. Yet each evening when darkness crept in, my fear was vivid, undeniable, painfully real. Detective Harris called often, always patient, always asking careful questions. Sometimes she reassured me, other times I could hear frustration simmering beneath her calm voice. Whoever was tormenting me knew exactly how to hide. No fingerprints, no clear images, no witnesses besides myself. Just whispers, scratches, and the dark figure that haunted me from a distance. A week after the incident at my apartment, I decided I couldn't remain trapped inside forever. The walls had begun to close in, making every room feel smaller, suffocating. Despite my fear, I forced myself outside one afternoon, hoping the sunlight and fresh air might clear my head. I walked slowly through the familiar streets, the ordinary sights and sounds almost comforting, people mowing lawns, kids riding bikes, a neighbor waving casually from their driveway. For a moment, life seemed normal again. Then, as I turned onto a quiet side street, my phone vibrated sharply in my pocket. I stopped mid-step, dread twisting my stomach painfully. With trembling hands, I pulled it out, already knowing what I'd see. "Enjoying your walk?" My blood ran cold, my pulse instantly hammering in my ears. Frantically, I spun around, eyes darting across lawns and between parked cars, searching for whoever was watching. But the street was deserted, peaceful even. No movement, no suspicious figures, nothing out of place. And yet someone was there, watching me right now, maybe hidden behind a curtain or inside a parked car. Panic surged, choking off my breath. I immediately called Detective Harris, my voice shaking as I described the message. She instructed me to stay calm and head straight home, promising she'd come over immediately. I hurried back, constantly glancing behind me, paranoia clawing at my nerves. Every rustle of leaves, every distant car door slamming, sent fresh adrenaline spiking through me. When Detective Harris arrived 20 minutes later, she looked concerned, exhaustion lining her usually composed face. She took a careful look at my phone, examining the number. "It's another burner," she confirmed grimly, shaking her head. "Whoever this is, they're good. They're covering their tracks every step of the way." I sank onto my sofa, frustration and fear mixing sharply. How is this even possible? Why me? She sighed softly, sitting beside me. Sometimes there's no logical reason, but often it's someone you know, someone you've encountered, maybe just briefly, without even realizing it. Think carefully again. Any unusual customers, anyone who made you uncomfortable at work? I searched my memory desperately, replaying countless mundane interactions in my mind. There was a guy, maybe a month ago, I finally admitted, hesitant. He came into the store late, bought nothing, just wandered around staring. It felt off, but not dangerous. I figured he was drunk or something. He left after a few minutes. Harris perked up slightly. Do you remember anything specific? Clothing, appearance, tattoos? I thought hard, frustrated at how vague my recollection was. Dark hoodie, jeans. He kept his face mostly hidden. I never got a clear look. Sorry. It's a start, Harris assured me gently. I'll check your store's surveillance again from around that time. Maybe we'll get lucky. She stood, preparing to leave, pausing at my front door. In the meantime, stay vigilant. Keep your doors locked, and call immediately if anything else happens, no matter how small. After Harris left, the afternoon faded slowly into evening, shadows lengthening across my small apartment. Darkness brought back my anxiety in full force. I double-checked every lock, closed all curtains tightly, and tried unsuccessfully to distract myself with mindless television. Around 11, just as exhaustion began dragging me toward sleep, another sound startled me awake, the faint buzzing of my phone on the coffee table. My heart leaped into my throat. Another message, another unknown number. You looked right at me today. Terror surged again, stronger this time, more personal. Whoever this was had stood right in front of me in broad daylight, blending seamlessly into my ordinary neighborhood. Suddenly, nowhere felt safe, not home, not work, not even the familiar streets around me. My fingers shook uncontrollably as I dialed Detective Harris yet again, fighting back tears of frustration and fear. He's still here. I gasped. He saw me today. I looked right at him and didn't even know. I'm sending someone over immediately, she replied urgently. Stay calm. You're doing everything right. Within minutes, 2 officers arrived at my apartment, their presence reassuring but doing little to erase my dread. They searched around outside, scanned the nearby streets, and again found nothing. Once more, whoever was tormenting me had vanished without a trace. I felt helpless, trapped in a cycle of fear and confusion that seemed endless. After the officers left, promising regular patrols overnight, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, ears straining for any sound out of place. Sleep finally took me just before dawn, pulling me into restless, haunted dreams. When I awoke, my mind felt clouded, reality blurred by exhaustion and relentless anxiety. But something felt off. The apartment seemed different, subtly disturbed. I got up slowly, my pulse quickening. As I walked into the kitchen, I froze instantly. The back door stood slightly ajar, sunlight spilling gently onto the tiled floor. My entire body trembled violently. Someone had been inside while I slept. I stumbled backward, panic overwhelming me, and grabbed my phone, calling Detective Harris immediately, my voice barely coherent. Someone was inside my apartment. I gasped, tears now streaming freely. He was in here with me. "I'm on my way now," Harris responded quickly. "Do not touch anything." I collapsed onto the floor, clutching the phone tightly. For the first time since all this started, I truly understood the severity of my situation. This wasn't just harassment. It wasn't just a sick prank. Whoever this was had the power to reach me anywhere, anytime. They'd watched, waited, observed, slowly stripping away every sense of security I had left. Now, even my own home offered no protection. And I knew deep down that soon they would stop waiting and finally make their move. Detective Harris arrived within minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I stayed sitting on my living room floor, my phone clutched tightly in shaking hands, eyes fixed on the half-open kitchen door. When Harris knocked gently, I flinched, startled, even though I'd been expecting her. I rushed to unlock the front door, relief washing over me at the sight of her steady, determined expression. "Are you okay?" she asked, immediately stepping past me, her eyes scanning the room carefully before settling on the back door. "Have you touched anything?" I shook my head, my throat too dry to speak clearly at first. "No, nothing. I was asleep. When I woke up, the door was open like that. I didn't leave it like that. I never even open it." Harris approached cautiously, her eyes narrowing as she examined the lock closely. I watched her every move, anxious for answers, desperate for reassurance. "This wasn't forced open," she finally said, her voice quiet but firm. "It looks like it was unlocked from the inside." My stomach twisted sharply. "You're saying someone got in through another door? But everything else was locked last night. I triple-checked before I went to bed. I'm positive." She gave me a thoughtful, concerned look. "Which means whoever was here either has access to your keys or they know how to pick a lock quietly. Has anyone had access to your keys recently?" "Maintenance? A friend? Someone at work?" I thought carefully, trying to recall every moment clearly despite the fog of exhaustion and fear clouding my mind. "Nobody," I finally replied, shaking my head. "Nobody at all. I don't even have spare keys out. It's just me." Detective Harris nodded, then moved slowly through my apartment, methodically checking each room, each window, every possible entry point. As she searched, I stood frozen in the living room, my eyes constantly darting around, imagining shadows where there were none. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been here, watching me sleep, standing just feet from me without my knowledge. When Harris finished, she returned to where I stood, her expression grave. "I'll have a forensic team come in and check for fingerprints or anything else they might have left behind. In the meantime, we need to get you somewhere safe." I nodded quickly, my mind racing. "I don't really have family nearby," I admitted weakly. "But there's a motel near the police station. Maybe I could stay there." She agreed immediately, offering to drive me there herself. As we drove, silence hung heavily in the air. My hands trembled constantly, adrenaline still surging through me, refusing to let go. After checking into the motel, Harris walked me to my room, her presence comforting even if temporary. "We're not giving up on this," she assured me, placing a hand gently on my shoulder. We'll find this guy. Whoever it is, they're bound to slip up eventually. I forced a grateful smile, though the fear remained tightly coiled in my chest. Thank you for everything. I don't know what I'd do if you weren't helping me. Once alone in the small, bare motel room, exhaustion hit me full force. The adrenaline drained rapidly, leaving me hollow and shaking. I sank onto the thin mattress, pulling my knees close, my back pressed against the cold wall as I stared blankly at the door. Sleep felt impossible, despite how drained I was. Hours passed slowly, the room darkening gradually as evening approached again. Every sound in the hallway outside made me jump, my nerves on edge. At some point, I forced myself up to lock the door securely, then barricaded it further by dragging the small desk in front of it. Only then did I feel slightly safer. Yet deep down, I knew it was temporary. Whoever was after me had followed me from the store to my apartment. There was no reason to believe they wouldn't track me here too. I wondered how long this could go on, how long I could continue living in fear, always looking over my shoulder, waiting for another threatening message or call. My phone buzzed sharply, jolting me from my thoughts. My heart hammered painfully in my chest as I hesitated, terrified to look but knowing I had to. Swallowing hard, I picked it up, the screen illuminating with yet another unknown number. My breath hitched as I read the message. "You can't run from me." Panic surged violently, and I immediately dialed Detective Harris, my voice breaking as soon as she answered. "He found me." I choked out, "He knows I'm here at the motel. Please, help me." She responded instantly, urgency clear in her tone. "Stay calm. I'm sending officers now. Keep your door locked, and don't let anyone in except us." I nodded weakly, though she couldn't see me, and hung up, eyes glued to the door, ears straining for any sound from outside. Time slowed again, stretching into torturous minutes as I waited, heart racing, breath shallow. Eventually, a knock echoed sharply through the room. I jumped violently, panic flooding my veins, until I heard Detective Harris call softly from the other side. Relief nearly overwhelmed me as I moved quickly to clear the barricade and let her in. She stepped inside, her eyes carefully checking behind her before closing the door securely again. We checked the area thoroughly. There's no one suspicious around, but we'll keep an officer posted here tonight. You're safe for now. I sank back onto the bed, tears of relief and frustration mixing sharply. How is he doing this? How does he know every move I make? Harris hesitated briefly, then took a deep breath. We're considering the possibility of surveillance equipment, hidden cameras, or listening devices. We'll have your apartment swept thoroughly. If he's had access to your home, it wouldn't be hard to plant something. The thought made my skin crawl, revulsion and dread crashing through me simultaneously. So he's been watching me this whole time, listening in, everywhere. It's a possibility, she admitted quietly, sympathy evident in her expression. But it also gives us a chance to catch him. If he's using tech, we'll find it, and we'll trace it back to him. Her determination was reassuring, but the knowledge of being monitored so closely sent fresh anxiety twisting painfully inside me. That night I slept fitfully, constantly waking, checking shadows, jumping at every small noise. By morning, I felt completely drained, emotionally and physically exhausted. Harris returned to the motel early, escorting me back to my apartment where a team of technicians waited, ready to sweep every inch of the place. I watched silently as they methodically searched each room, dismantled lamps and outlets, combed through every corner. Hours passed before finally one technician called Harris over urgently. They'd found something hidden neatly behind the smoke detector in my bedroom was a tiny camera, cleverly placed to capture almost every angle. My stomach turned violently. "This is how he's been watching you," Harris confirmed grimly. "And this means we finally have a real lead." I nodded numbly, emotions swirling chaotically inside me. Relief, anger, fear, all blending until I couldn't distinguish one from the other. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a sliver of hope. Finally, we were a step closer to ending this. And whoever was stalking me, whoever had invaded my life and stripped away my peace, was about to find themselves facing justice. Detective Harris and her team carefully removed the hidden camera, handling it as if it were some delicate, dangerous object. As I watched them, a rush of conflicting emotions surged inside me: disgust, fear, and an overwhelming desire to confront whoever had done this. For weeks I'd felt trapped and helpless, like I was merely a pawn in someone else's twisted game. Now, for the first time, I felt a spark of power return. We finally had a lead. The camera was taken for forensic analysis, and Harris asked me to stay somewhere else again that night, just as a precaution. I returned to the motel, comforted slightly by the knowledge that officers were actively pursuing evidence that could lead us directly to my tormentor. Sleep was still elusive, but the heavy dread I'd felt before had softened into something closer to restless anticipation. I kept replaying everything in my mind: the phone calls, the messages, the feeling of constant surveillance. All along, someone had been watching, violating my privacy in the most invasive way possible. Anger slowly overtook fear, fueling a new resolve. Whoever did this would not control my life any longer. Early the next morning, Harris called. Her voice was sharp, energized by determination. "We found something substantial," she said immediately. The camera transmitted to a nearby receiver, which we managed to track. "It's close, very close." "Do you know who it is?" My heart raced painfully. "Not yet, but we're close. We're moving fast. Stay at the motel, officers are posted there. I'll call you as soon as we have something solid." The day crawled by, hours stretching into endless minutes. I paced relentlessly, anxiety gnawing at my insides. Every sound outside sent adrenaline spiking through me. But finally, as evening approached, my phone rang again, displaying Detective Harris's name. My stomach tightened as I answered, barely breathing. "We got him," Harris said firmly, relief evident in her voice. "We identified the receiver's location. It led us straight to a nearby apartment, occupied by someone you know, at least casually, someone you've met before." I felt suddenly faint, gripping the edge of the motel's small table. "Who was it?" "His name is Aaron Mitchell. He's a customer at your convenience store. Lives just down the street. Quiet guy, no prior criminal record, but clearly disturbed. We found more equipment in his apartment, video footage, photos, notes. He's in custody now. He admitted everything." The name clicked faintly in my memory, a regular customer, quiet and polite, always buying small items, never standing out. I felt sick realizing how casually, how easily, he'd slipped into my daily routine, becoming invisible despite being right in front of me all along. "I want to see him," I said suddenly, surprising even myself. "I need to confront him." Harris hesitated briefly. "That's not usually advisable, but under these circumstances, if you feel strongly about it, I can arrange something supervised." "Please," I insisted, voice firm despite my trembling hands. "I need closure. I can't move past this without facing him." She agreed reluctantly, promising to set it up quickly. Just 2 days later, I stood in a small, brightly lit interview room at the police station, my heart hammering violently as I waited. Harris stood protectively beside me, her presence a silent reassurance. When the door opened, my breath hitched sharply. 2 officers escorted Aaron Mitchell inside. He looked shockingly ordinary, thin, pale, with short brown hair and dark eyes that carefully avoided mine. He sat across from me, shoulders hunched, hands nervously fidgeting on the tabletop. Silence stretched tensely before I finally spoke, my voice shaking but steady. "Why?" Aaron glanced briefly upward, quickly looking away again, shame coloring his expression. "I didn't want to hurt you," he said quietly. I needed someone to notice me. You never saw me. No one ever sees me. I thought if I could get close enough, you'd understand." "Understand what?" Anger flared hotly, mixing with disgust. "You invaded my life, terrorized me. You destroyed my peace of mind. What were you hoping I'd understand?" He winced visibly at my anger, shrinking further into himself. "That I existed," he whispered, "that I mattered. I didn't mean for things to go this far. It got out of control. I couldn't stop." Detective Harris stepped forward slightly, interjecting softly, "You're responsible for your actions, Aaron. You've admitted guilt, but I don't think you realize the severity of what you've done." He nodded numbly, unable to argue. I stared at him silently for several moments, trying to reconcile the quiet, pathetic figure before me with the terrifying presence that had haunted my every moment. Finally, I stood slowly, determination strengthening my voice. "You wanted to be seen? Well, I see you now," I said coldly. "You're nothing. You don't get to control me anymore. I'm taking my life back, and you'll spend yours answering for everything you've done." Aaron lowered his head, unable to respond, as officers led him quietly from the room. When the door closed again, Harris turned toward me, her expression gentle but proud. "You handled that incredibly well," she praised softly. "Not many people could face someone who's tormented them like that." I exhaled slowly, relief washing over me. I needed to see him. I needed to show myself he wasn't some unstoppable monster, just a pathetic man who chose cruelty. Harris nodded approvingly. "He'll face serious charges: stalking, invasion of privacy, harassment. He's looking at significant jail time. He won't hurt you or anyone else again." Leaving the police station that afternoon, I felt strangely lighter, the oppressive weight of fear finally lifting. Life wouldn't return to normal immediately. Trust would take time to rebuild, and sleep might still elude me for a while, but the worst was finally over. In the following weeks, I returned slowly to routine, cautiously at first, always vigilant. But gradually, the paranoia faded, replaced by confidence and determination. Detective Harris kept in touch, updating me regularly on the case, ensuring I felt safe and supported. Her steady presence was comforting, helping me regain a sense of normalcy. Months passed, and eventually Aaron Mitchell pleaded guilty, receiving a sentence that reflected the seriousness of his actions. When the judge delivered the verdict, I felt a final wave of relief, a true end to the nightmare that had consumed my life. Today, my life is quieter, simpler. I no longer work the night shift, choosing instead daylight hours at a small bookstore. My apartment has new locks, and I sleep soundly most nights. Sometimes memories return briefly, flashes of anxiety reminding me of what happened, but they're fleeting, quickly replaced by reassurance. I learned to trust again, slowly but surely, and despite everything, I refuse to let fear control me. I know the darkness exists, but I choose to live in the light, reclaiming every part of my life that Aaron Mitchell tried to steal. In the end, facing him gave me strength I never knew I had. He might have watched me, stalked me, tried to break me, but ultimately he failed. Because now I see him clearly for what he is, nothing more than a shadow, powerless and fading into the past. And I will never give that power away again. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I decided to head down to Brood Awakening, the small coffee shop on the corner just a few blocks from my apartment. I'd been freelancing from home for about 6 months, and the silence of my tiny apartment often became overwhelming. So every few days I would pack up my laptop, slip on my headphones, and settle down with an overpriced latte just for a change of scenery. The cafe was busier than usual that morning. Students from the nearby university crowded around tables, their faces illuminated by screens and their fingers rapidly typing away. I found the last available seat by the window, a spot that faced the busy sidewalk, but still offered some peace. I settled down, opened my laptop, and quickly lost myself in my latest project, a graphic design job for a small startup. I had been working quietly for about half an hour when I felt someone approach. Glancing up, I saw a man pulling out the empty chair across from me. He was tall, probably mid-30s, neatly dressed in jeans and a button-down shirt, nothing unusual, but somehow he seemed out of place. He offered me a polite smile, and before I could say anything, he eased into the seat. "Busy morning, huh?" he asked, breaking the silence with casual confidence. I nodded politely, offering a forced smile but deliberately keeping my eyes glued to my screen. I wasn't really in the mood for conversation, and his sudden appearance felt intrusive. But the man didn't seem bothered by my silence. "You do graphic design, right?" he continued, leaning forward slightly. The directness of his question immediately caught my attention. I paused my typing, feeling slightly uneasy. "I do freelance work," I answered carefully, keeping my voice neutral. "How did you?" "I've seen your portfolio." He interrupted casually, his tone strangely familiar, as if we were old acquaintances. "I was impressed, especially by the designs you did for Edge marketing. Really creative stuff." A chill crept down my spine. Edge marketing was my last full-time job before I had decided to go freelance. It had been almost a year since I'd worked there, and I rarely mentioned it to anyone these days, especially strangers. "Have we met before?" I asked cautiously, my voice betraying my unease. He smiled, calm but unsettling. "Not officially," he replied cryptically, his eyes fixed intently on mine. "But I feel like I already know you pretty well." My heart rate began to accelerate. Something about the way he spoke, his familiarity, made me deeply uncomfortable. I glanced around the cafe, hoping someone would notice our exchange, but everyone was absorbed in their own worlds. "I'm sorry," I said, quickly gathering my things. "I really have to go." Without waiting for a response, I stuffed my laptop into my bag, leaving half my latte on the table, and hurried toward the door. I glanced back once as I stepped outside. The man was still sitting there, calmly watching me through the window, his expression unreadable. As I started walking briskly down the sidewalk toward my apartment, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I was being watched. I told myself I was being paranoid, but after several blocks, I turned back again. My stomach tightened as I saw the man about half a block behind me, hands casually in his pockets, walking at a leisurely pace, clearly not concerned about being noticed. Fear surged through me, and I quickened my pace, almost jogging as I navigated the final streets to my building. By the time I reached the front door, my heart was pounding in my chest, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled to unlock it. Once inside, I closed the door quickly, locking both the main deadbolt and the chain lock. I leaned against the door for a moment, trying to catch my breath. It took a moment for me to notice the small piece of paper taped to the inside of my apartment door. My blood ran cold as I read the neatly printed words. "I'll be seeing you soon." My throat went dry, and I felt suddenly exposed, vulnerable. How had this gotten inside my building? Had he been here already? The thought of him inside, waiting for me, made my knees weak. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. The dispatcher was calm and reassuring, promising to send officers immediately. Within minutes, 2 uniformed police officers were at my door, listening carefully as I recounted the terrifying events. They examined the note and asked detailed questions about the man from the cafe, taking careful notes. After checking my apartment thoroughly, they found no sign of forced entry or that anyone had been inside. But it did little to calm my nerves. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?" one of the officers asked gently, clearly sensing my fear. I nodded slowly, thinking of my friend Jenna, who lived across town. "You should pack a bag and stay there," the other officer advised firmly. "We'll file a report, and an officer will patrol the area frequently over the next few days. If you notice anything else, don't hesitate to call." I thanked them weakly, quickly packing a bag with essentials, feeling my hands tremble as I zipped it shut. When they left, they promised to keep an eye on things, but as I stepped outside again, I still felt exposed. Every corner seemed to hide danger now, every face unfamiliar and suspicious. By the time I reached Jenna's place, my nerves were frayed. I explained everything to her, and she listened carefully, concerned and supportive. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's calm, unsettling smile, and heard his quiet, confident voice telling me he'd been watching me. I made the decision right then that I had to move. The apartment no longer felt safe, my routine had been compromised, and my privacy violated. Over the next 2 weeks, I quickly found another place across town and made arrangements to leave my apartment behind. But as I packed my last box, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over yet. I wondered if leaving would truly keep me safe, or if the stranger who knew my name had only just begun to make himself known. After I moved to my new apartment across town, I tried my hardest to leave the unsettling encounter behind. For a few weeks, it seemed like the worst was over. I unpacked slowly, cautiously returning to my freelance work, trying to reclaim a sense of normalcy. Yet despite my efforts, I couldn't shake the persistent feeling that I was still being watched. Every unfamiliar face on the street, every noise in the hallway outside my new place, made my pulse quicken with anxiety. My friend Jenna checked in regularly, worried about how I was coping. She knew how shaken I'd been after the stranger confronted me. I assured her I was fine, not wanting to burden her further. But the truth was, each day felt like a cautious balancing act between convincing myself everything was normal and looking over my shoulder for any signs that it wasn't. About a month after moving in, I received an email from an unfamiliar address. Normally, I would have dismissed it as spam, but something made me pause. The subject line was short, yet chillingly familiar. "It's been too long." My heart began racing before I even opened the message. Taking a deep breath, I clicked it. Inside, there was only a single sentence. "Did you really think moving would keep me away?" My fingers trembled as I stared at the words glowing on my screen. There was no name, no signature, just those 10 words. each one carefully chosen to terrify me. Fear surged through me, bringing back every memory I'd fought so hard to bury. I immediately called Detective Ramirez, the officer assigned to my case since the initial incident. Ramirez had taken my earlier report seriously and had been the one who advised me about relocating. He answered my call promptly, his voice calm but attentive. "It's happening again," I said urgently, struggling to keep my voice steady. "I just got an email from him. He's found me." Detective Ramirez asked me to forward the message immediately, promising to look into the source and increase patrols in my new neighborhood. He reminded me to stay vigilant, keep my doors locked, and not engage in any communication with the sender. "Can't you trace the email?" I asked desperately, feeling helpless. "We'll do everything we can," he assured me calmly. "In the meantime, stay alert. Call me directly if anything else happens." Days passed slowly, each one filled with tension and paranoia. I barely slept, staying up late checking the locks repeatedly, double-checking the windows and doors. I avoided going out, even skipping my usual trips to local cafes and grocery stores, relying instead on deliveries. My apartment, which was supposed to be a fresh start, had become my prison. Then, one evening, just after sunset, I received a package at my door. It had no return address, no label, just my name neatly written in bold letters. My stomach twisted into knots as I carried it carefully inside. Setting it on the kitchen counter, I stared at it, debating whether or not to open it. My hands shook as I finally tore through the tape, dread pooling in my chest. Inside the box, neatly placed on top of white tissue paper, lay a small, leather-bound notebook. Its dark brown cover showed signs of frequent handling, edges worn and faded. My fingers brushed its surface cautiously, and I slowly opened it. My heart skipped as I saw familiar words scribbled on the first page, notes on my daily routine, details of where I'd been, people I'd seen, even conversations I'd had months ago. It was a diarized diary meticulously documenting my life in disturbing detail. Each page contained precise timestamps, observations, and unsettling notes about things I never thought anyone else could notice. On one page, he described the exact outfit I'd worn on the day I moved into my new apartment. On another, a detailed account of a phone call I had with Jenna, including personal details no one else could know. I felt dizzy, violated, terrified beyond comprehension. He hadn't just been watching, he'd been obsessing over every aspect of my life, following me more closely than I'd ever imagined. I called Detective Ramirez again, my voice shaking uncontrollably as I explained the contents of the package. He arrived quickly, examining the notebook with a grave expression. After carefully flipping through several pages, he closed it slowly, his eyes serious but reassuring. "This is very concerning," he admitted, carefully placing the notebook into an evidence bag. "We're going to take this seriously. I promise we'll track this person down." He asked me to come to the station, where I gave a detailed statement, recounting everything from the coffee shop encounter to the diary I'd received. The police technician carefully examined the notebook for fingerprints or other clues. Detective Ramirez promised regular patrols and suggested additional security measures for my apartment, including installing a camera at my front door. Despite the detective's reassurances, I felt more vulnerable than ever. The diary had proven my stalker was not only close by, but deeply embedded in my daily life. I couldn't help but wonder how much he'd already infiltrated my world. Had he watched me from afar, or had he managed to get closer without me noticing? In the days following, I became increasingly cautious. I altered my schedule constantly, took different routes when walking outside, and kept blinds drawn at all times. Each evening, I'd check the new camera footage, anxiously scanning for anything suspicious. Yet each day ended the same: no sightings, no unusual activity, just hours of tense waiting and restless anxiety. Jenna offered to let me stay with her again, but this time I refused. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing danger to her doorstep. I was determined not to involve anyone else, though loneliness and fear became my constant companions. 2 weeks passed, filled with silence. I received no more emails, no packages, nothing unusual. I started to feel cautiously optimistic, hoping perhaps the intense police involvement had scared him off. But deep down, I knew better. This quiet was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. Then, late one night, just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, my phone buzzed loudly on the bedside table. I jolted awake, heart racing. The screen showed an unknown number. For a moment, I considered ignoring it, but fear compelled me to answer. "Hello," I whispered nervously, my breath catching. Silence greeted me at first, then a soft, familiar voice spoke clearly and calmly. "You shouldn't have involved the police. Now things have to change." The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me alone in suffocating silence. Panic gripped my chest, making it impossible to breathe. He knew the police were involved. He knew everything. My nightmare wasn't over, it had just escalated, and now I knew there was no turning back. After the phone call, I sat on the edge of my bed, feeling completely exposed. His voice kept replaying in my mind, quiet, controlled, and unsettlingly calm. He knew about the police. He knew about the investigation. His confidence terrified me. This wasn't someone who was afraid of being caught. It was someone who enjoyed the game. I called Detective Ramirez immediately, even though it was well past midnight. He answered on the second ring, his voice alert and professional despite the late hour. "He called me," I said urgently, voice shaking. "He knows everything. He said I shouldn't have involved you, that things have to change." Detective Ramirez was silent for a moment, clearly processing this new information. Finally, he spoke firmly. "We're going to find him. In the meantime, you shouldn't be alone tonight. Is there somewhere safe you can go?" "I'll call Jenna," I replied quietly, feeling a surge of guilt for involving her again, but I knew Ramirez was right. Staying alone was no longer an option. "Good. We'll have an officer check the perimeter of your apartment immediately," he assured me. "Call me the second anything else happens." We're not taking this lightly." Within minutes, a patrol car arrived outside my apartment. I watched from the window as two uniformed officers carefully examined the building, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Even with their reassuring presence, I felt vulnerable. After checking every lock again, I quickly packed another overnight bag and called Jenna, who answered immediately, sounding worried yet relieved that I had reached out. "Stay on the phone until you get here," she instructed firmly, her voice comforting as I stepped outside. The night air felt heavy. The shadows along the street seemed darker than usual. My heart pounded with each step to my car, convinced I'd see him standing there, waiting. But the street remained empty, quiet except for the distant sound of traffic. The short drive to Jenna's apartment felt impossibly long. Every headlight behind me made me nervous. Every parked car along the curb, a potential hiding spot for him. Only when I parked safely outside her building and saw Jenna waiting anxiously by the door did I finally exhale. She hugged me tightly, pulling me inside quickly and locking the door behind us. "You're safe here," she reassured me, guiding me to her living room, where she'd already prepared blankets on the sofa. "The police will find him." But I couldn't share her optimism. This wasn't just a random stalker. It was someone who'd studied me, who'd invaded every corner of my life. I spent the night drifting in and out of restless sleep, haunted by the sound of his voice and the memories recorded in the diary he'd sent me. The next morning, Detective Ramirez called early, sounding determined. "We traced the phone number from last night," he explained carefully. "It was from a prepaid phone, bought anonymously, but we did confirm the location of the call just 2 blocks from your apartment." My stomach tightened painfully at his words. He'd been watching, waiting just outside my home, carefully planning every step. Ramirez sensed my silence and quickly continued. "We're increasing surveillance around your apartment building and assigning undercover officers nearby. We need you to stay calm and continue your routine as normally as possible. It's important. He doesn't realize how closely we're watching." I agreed reluctantly, although normal no longer felt possible. Jenna insisted I stay with her until we knew more, and Ramirez strongly supported the idea. He believed the stalker would eventually reveal himself, either through another call message or by attempting direct contact again. Over the next few days, police presence increased dramatically around my apartment building. Unmarked vehicles parked discreetly nearby. Officers in plain clothes casually walked around the neighborhood, blending into daily life. Meanwhile, my anxiety spiraled. Every phone call made me jump. Every unfamiliar car parked outside Jenna's apartment sparked panic. But the stalker remained silent, almost as if he knew exactly what was happening and was simply waiting. Each quiet day felt like a twisted form of torture as I anticipated his next move. Then, nearly a week after I'd arrived at Jenna's, something changed again. Early one morning I received another email. This time the subject line simply read, "It's time." I stared at it, heart racing. I didn't want to open it, yet I knew I had no choice. Taking a deep breath, I clicked it open. Inside was a single line: "Meet me tonight, 9 p.m. at Brood Awakening. Come alone. If you involve the police again, you'll regret it." Fear surged through me. It was a blatant trap, yet part of me wondered if meeting him directly was the only way this nightmare would ever end. Maybe I could finally confront him. Maybe the police could catch him in the act. I immediately called Detective Ramirez again, explaining the message in detail. He listened carefully, then paused before responding. "We can't let you go alone," he said firmly, his voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous, but this could be our best opportunity to finally catch him." We made a careful plan. I'd go to the coffee shop, acting as if I'd complied with his demands. But undercover officers would already be inside and stationed nearby, discreetly blending in. The goal was to get him to approach me directly, giving them the chance to arrest him safely. As evening approached, my nerves intensified. Jenna stayed with me, reassuring me, helping me prepare mentally. I knew Ramirez and his team were carefully setting up surveillance, but the risks still felt overwhelming. What if he sensed the trap? What if something went terribly wrong? Finally, at 8:45 p.m., I left Jenna's apartment. Driving to the coffee shop as calmly as possible, my pulse racing. I parked a block away and walked the short distance, noticing unfamiliar people scattered strategically around the area officers, blending seamlessly into the busy sidewalk crowd. Inside the coffee shop, I took a seat near the window, forcing myself to remain composed. The place was busy, customers chatting and drinking coffee, completely unaware of the tension unfolding around them. Minutes ticked by slowly, painfully. 9 o'clock came and went, each passing moment increasing my anxiety. Then, at exactly 9:15, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I told you to come alone. You didn't listen. We'll try this again soon." I froze, realizing instantly he'd noticed the officers. Somehow he'd known about the plan. Panic gripped me. I quickly showed the message to an undercover officer sitting nearby. He immediately radioed Ramirez, alerting him that our cover had been blown. Officers discreetly searched the surrounding area, but found nothing, no sign of him, no suspicious activity. He'd slipped away silently, clearly observing from a safe distance. Feeling defeated, I returned to Jenna's, the realization clear. This stalker wasn't just caught-ish, was always a step ahead, carefully watching every move he made. I wondered if there was any place left where I could truly feel safe. That night, alone in Jenna's guest room, I lay awake, replaying every detail. My sense of safety had completely shattered. I'd done everything right, gone to the police, moved homes, remained cautious, but nothing had stopped him. He'd invaded every part of my life, and now he knew my every attempt to fight back. I knew one thing for certain: this wasn't going to end easily. The stranger who knew my name was still out there, waiting patiently, always watching. And he was clearly not finished with me yet. In the aftermath of the failed attempt at Brood Awakening, my fear intensified, leaving me in a constant state of tension. The stalker's warning echoed relentlessly in my thoughts, You didn't listen. We'll try this again soon. I was exhausted, tired of constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow, and fearing every unfamiliar face. It felt like an endless nightmare, one where he always had the upper hand. Detective Ramirez refused to give up, though. He visited regularly, reassuring me, promising to find new leads. He told me he had requested security footage from every shop and building surrounding Brood Awakening. If the stalker had been close enough to see the police presence, maybe he'd made a mistaken appearance on camera, a suspicious vehicle, anything to identify him. Weeks passed without progress, and my anxiety deepened. Staying with Jenna had helped temporarily, but I could see the strain it placed on her as well. Eventually, I moved back into my apartment, despite my fears. Ramirez assigned officers to patrol regularly, reassuring me they'd watch the area closely. Days turned into weeks, and the stalker went quiet. Again, no emails, no notes, no calls. While part of me felt relieved, another part grew even more anxious, anticipating his next move. It felt like a twisted game of cat and mouse, where I was always vulnerable, always waiting. Then, late one afternoon, Ramirez called with urgency. His voice was sharp, energized. "We've got something," he said quickly, excitement evident. Security footage from a business near the coffee shop captured someone suspicious leaving the area right after he messaged you. He kept his face hidden, but we got a clear image of his vehicle and license plate. Hope surged through me, but I was still cautious. "Do you know who he is?" I asked nervously. "Not yet, but we will soon," Ramirez promised. "We're running the plate now. I'll update you as soon as we get a hit." For the first time in weeks, I felt a small sense of hope. Maybe this nightmare would finally end. Still, I couldn't let my guard down. Until the police had him, I knew the danger wasn't over. The next day, Ramirez called again, his voice even more determined. "We have him identified. His name is Jonathan Reed. He's 36, no criminal history, but he did work briefly at Edge Marketing, just like you." The name felt vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place a face. "He worked there?" I asked, confused. "Briefly, in it," Ramirez confirmed. "About a year before you left. Seems he developed an obsession with you there, quietly following your work and your life ever since." I felt sick, knowing he'd been observing me for that long without my knowledge. The thought made my skin crawl. "Do you know where he is now?" I asked urgently. "We're tracking him down," Ramirez assured me. "But we haven't found him yet. He stopped going home, hasn't shown up at his usual spots. He knows we're close." The next several days were agonizing. I stayed indoors as much as possible, waiting for updates. Police presence around my apartment intensified. Undercover officers maintained constant surveillance, but still, Jonathan Reed remained elusive. Then, late one evening, as I prepared to finally get some rest, my phone rang. I recognized Ramirez's number immediately. "We have him cornered near your apartment," he said sharply, urgency clear in his voice. "Stay inside, lock your doors, and don't move. He's close, and we think he's coming toward you." My heart raced. "What should I do?" I asked, panic rising. "Stay calm," Ramirez instructed firmly. "Officers are already approaching his location. Whatever you do, don't open your door." I quickly locked every possible entry, heart pounding. Outside my window, flashing blue lights illuminated the darkened street. Officers moved quickly, quietly, their flashlights cutting through shadows. I heard shouting, gurgent voices ordering someone to stop, to surrender. Then silence. My phone buzzed again moments later. "We've got him," Ramirez announced, relief evident in his voice. "He's in custody, no injuries. You're safe." Tears welled in my eyes, an overwhelming wave of relief washing over me. After months of constant fear, I could finally breathe again. The following morning, Detective Ramirez invited me down to the police station to identify Jonathan Reed officially. Walking into the station felt surreal, yet empowering. In an interview room, behind one-way glass, I saw him clearly for the first time. A quiet-looking man, utterly ordinary in appearance, sitting calmly and emotionlessly. I struggled to reconcile this unassuming stranger with the relentless tormentor he'd become. "That's him," I confirmed quietly, still shaken. "Are you sure he can't get out again?" Ramirez nodded reassuringly. "He won't hurt you anymore. We've got more than enough evidence to hold him for stalking and harassment. He's looking at serious charges." Days later, as I sat in court, listening to the judge announce Jonathan Reed's sentencing, a profound sense of closure settled over me. He received multiple years in prison, and the judge ordered strict restraining conditions to ensure he'd never approach me again. Life slowly began to return to normal. Jenna and I celebrated quietly, sharing gratitude for friendship and safety. I eventually resumed my freelance work, cautiously reclaiming my routines. Though anxiety lingered occasionally, the constant fear finally began to fade. Months afterward, Detective Ramirez checked in occasionally, ensuring I felt safe. During his final call, I thanked him deeply, truly grateful. "You gave me my life back," I told him sincerely. "I don't know what I would have done without you." "You're stronger than you realize," Ramirez replied warmly. "You trusted your instincts and took action. You made it through." Over time, I found comfort and confidence again, slowly shedding the paranoia that had once consumed my every thought. I took up advocacy, volunteering to help others who had experienced stalking, determined to use my trauma to help others regain control of their lives. 2 years later, Jenna and I revisited Brood Awakening, sitting by the same window table, talking quietly about life, future plans, and how far I'd come since that terrifying ordeal. The coffee shop was bustling, normal, and safe again. It felt good to reclaim a place I'd once feared. That afternoon, after Jenna left, I lingered a moment, reflecting quietly. Suddenly, a gentle tap on my shoulder startled me. Turning quickly, I saw a young woman standing nervously. "I'm sorry," she said shyly, smiling apologetically. "You're that woman from the article, right? The one who survived the stalker?" I nodded carefully, unsure what she'd say next. I read your story, she continued softly. It gave me courage. I'm dealing with something similar, and I just wanted to thank you for speaking out. It helped me realize I wasn't alone. Her words filled me with gratitude, healing something deep within me. We talked briefly, and I encouraged her to trust herself, to reach out for support, to never give up. As she walked away, I finally felt at peace. The trauma I'd endured had been painful, terrifying, and life-changing, but it had also strengthened me, taught me resilience, and allowed me to help others find their strength too. I knew I'd never forget Jonathan Reed or the fear he'd caused, but I'd reclaimed my life completely. He no longer had power over me. The stranger who knew my name was nothing more than a memory, a dark chapter, closed firmly and finally behind me. And at last, I was free.